it makes me feel better. He doesn't seem like a huge dick the way he did. He seems like the biggest shit out of
you got dealt with. It's already dealt with. You don't need to sue anybody. You're good. Get beat up. Don't do it again. Your guy's bike around. Shut the fuck up. The main thing with this whole thing is like that guy. Rich said is not a bad dude. He was literally just defending himself. This guy did like defend Rich.
Yeah, bro. It's good as boys. This is interesting.
This is pretty crazy. So the OnlyFans owner, who's like incredibly rich, he's like like $4 billion, I think $7 billion at this point. He passed away. He had a cancer. He had cancer. He didn't tell anyone about it. He didn't tell me anything about. So he passed away.
Not cancer.
I don't know.
What did they say?
Long battles with cancer, but well, respect. One Ukraine group in Chicago. This one says 4.7. I saw 7.
Can I see what she's doing? I just want to see what she's saying.
Better respect. It's part of the
Yes. I'm sending so much love and prayers that way. Because of that man, my life has completely changed. So I'm sending love and prayers all that way, and really do not take life for granted. You are not guaranteed another day, another minute.
Yes. Dude, I didn't shoot her message. I'm glad you put that out there. God bless her.
It's like there's this girl who like there was some tragedy. I can't remember it. She was in a bikini and she was like leaning and she had her ass out. She was just thinking about how awful the world is. Talia was like, "God, I'm so glad you're there for us. Thank you so much." Wait, did Shia LaBeouf yell at a woman in a restaurant?
He's been doing a bunch of that stuff.
Yeah, he's a little crazy.
Or was that
That's his girlfriend. She's not paying any attention to him. They've been in a fight. They're somewhere in Europe.
It's just normal shit. He stay up the street. You gotta keep his ass inside. Well, sucks when like Shia LaBeouf hit by burnout. He's going through a really crazy time right now. You can see him in a bunch of different videos where he's just like, yelling out random shit to cops and to other people too. What happened, man? Hey, look here. I know you. But you said that when you worked. Yeah, you said he was like.
He's actually crazy.
He's this character the entire time or something.
I think he's just crazy.
Like he got tattooed. He literally got tattooed for the role. Or something. What else you got changed to? Our girl Sanaz sent in a couple of comments as well. Sanaz, this is Justin Timberlake's DWIRS. Have you seen this? Justin Timberlake. They're like, very cool. And then he was like, when they asked him his this, he goes, why? I mean, basically the videos, it's nothing crazy. He was really nice. Is he a 392 Durango or is that a BMW? I can't tell. That's one of his reps. And then who drives drunk these days? You don't have too many DUIs anymore. Yeah, I'm not sure why he was driving, but he failed obviously. If you saw the entire thing, it's very long, so I can't get it bad. He failed like you can tell he's drunk. It's like very, very obvious. I think if they have him in jail, he's have to sleep here tonight? Yeah, he has to see the entire network service. Yeah, bitch.
Well, he's cool. He's cool. He's a cool guy.
Yeah, you don't know. But,
I know people.
Yeah, sure. But the thing is, he's probably alright, but we don't know.
I do know. He's a good guy.
He seems to fall on some hard times too, because remember he got busted for drinking problems early last year. Remember that? This is the same.
I don't know if it was his DUI, but he did get. He was feeling drunk. To take a little pressure off, you know.
No, there's no problem. No, clearly there's no problem. I don't drink it, trust me. When you got 2 DUIs in 12 months, you're not just having a good time. There's a problem. Especially when you're at his level, you don't need people to do it. Yeah. he did get. He was filmed drunk.
Take a little pressure off.
No, there's no problem. No, clearly there's a problem. I don't drink enough, trust me. When you got 2 DUIs in 12 months, you're not just having a good time. There's a problem.
Why you gotta be sad?
Especially when you're at his level. You know how many people get paid to drive him around? Yeah.
It's like you want to feel that car, that station wagon. You know what I'm saying? You want to feel that SUV. It's not a very boring car, is it?
Yeah, I don't know why. Well, he's fought to hide this video. Yeah, honestly, when you watch the whole video, it's nothing crazy. It's just like,
These guys are problem.
Yeah, his level to have this many DUIs.
Does he have a lot of DUIs?
I think it's just one. I know he just got in trouble, and then he came in. It was that best rear guard. I just looked it up by CNN. Check one more thing. It might not be a DUI, they pulled him over. He had some drinking issue. But he had a drinking issue.
You're backtrack shitty right now.
No, he had an issue. When you guys show New York, he did, I'm telling you. This is his first one. He had another issue drinking. Has only one confirmed drunk driver. Why was he arrested in New York? 2024 arrest. Ran stop sign drifted outside the lane. Officers suspected intoxication.
Alright.
Originally charged with DWI. But they gave him a lesser charge for impaired driving.
Maybe a little drunk twice. Right?
And a guy in his statute to have this many issues. So if he's only been caught twice,
Right.
that means he's doing it. That means he's doing it. If he's caught once and he's doing it again and he's this huge, so that's how you know that's why. That's how you know from.
Yeah, you're making a good point.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I know.
Yeah, you know some shit about that.
And it's all good, but there's something going on. There's something going on.
I'm not watching that.
Something going on.
I don't want to watch that.
Wait, I mean, this is synopsis, so let's just, if we can edit it out, it's crazy. It says, father's patience and love are on full display in this heartwarming moment.
So
Yeah, he can't speak to. He's pissed.
Wait. Come on, boy, you got this.
Oh, damn, both arms? He's crushing it. He's crushing it. Crushing it. It's cutie, too.
You don't even know how much.
That's like super heartwarming. Yeah. Good dad. I'll tell you what, though, let's take this.
Oh, everybody, stop what the fuck you're doing. Everybody stop what the fuck you're doing, because Riser has finally made the effort to come to the Discord. Everybody stop what you're doing. If you're out there doing something, you need to stop it. What's going on, Riser?
Yo, please stop what you're doing.
That's what I told everybody who's watching right now. If you're watching this in the year 2026 or the year 3026, you need to stop what you're doing, because Riser has finally bestowed his presence upon the Discord. How you living, pimp?
Yeah, just everyone, please note that Riser's time is more important than your time, and whatever Riser is doing is more important than what you're doing. So just halt whatever the fuck you're doing.
Everybody knows that already, though. Everybody knows that. What's good, son?
No, you're actually awake. I was gonna scream at you to like fix your light if you're sleeping at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, but you're awake.
Dog, you're the one who's pulling this bullshit.
You're blaming me.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I don't know. I don't know if I agree with that.
Okay, agree with whatever you want. How's life in your neck of the
So
woods?
you're awake.
Obviously. How's life in your neck of the woods, son?
Doing dandy, sir. Just dandy.
Okay.
My family's visiting me from Ontario.
How long are they in town for?
Oh, like 3 weeks.
Oh, wow, long time. Shout out to
I got
Chris
here
and
a few
Mama Riser.
days ago.
They're friends of the stream.
What?
Shout out to Chris and Mama Riser. They're friends of the stream.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Straight up.
So what's good?
What have you been?
Oh, you want to hear all the things that I've been doing? Dog,
Sure.
I can't even count. Okay, so you know how I go into different people's Twitter spaces and I'm like, hey, and I've got my pitch down and everybody knows it. Well, basically, that's gotten me enough followers. I just have to say this. What in the fuck are you doing?
Oh.
Are you licking the microphone?
I unplugged my mic because it was... No, my mic is messing with my ear. Because I unplugged it.
Dog, are you done?
Hello?
Yeah, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, I'm done.
excellent. So, I've been going into people's X spaces, and you know, I do my thing, and I've gotten like, I don't know, 3,700 followers from this. Dog, it literally sounds like your phone is in your pocket, and now it sounds like you're peeing.
I'm filling up Gil's water.
All right,
One sec. Alright.
excellent.
Continue.
But you know, everybody on these X spaces knows who I am. I mean, they can even repeat my spiel back to them. And so I thought, okay, you know, maybe I should do the podcast circuit. And it's like, well, how do you get on a podcast? And in the past, I've actually paid people to be on their podcast. But I thought, you know what? I have a big enough account now, and what I've done is newsworthy enough that I'm sure I can find somebody to be on their podcast. So I've
You
just
can
been
also like retweet it or whatever. Is that your plan?
no, no,
Like if
no. Just calm
when
down.
you
Just
feel
calm
like,
down.
yo,
Just calm down. Just
I'm
calm
the
down.
Twitter.
Just calm down. Just calm down, and let me work, baby. So
Why wouldn't you advertise it on your Twitter?
no, advertise what on my Twitter?
That you went on so and so's podcast.
Oh yeah, I'll do that, but that's nothing. So I have been going to people who have podcasts and just underneath where they either say like, hey, do you want to be on my podcast, or we just had a recent podcast, I just say, you know, hi, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24/7 365 for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. I have more data archived on the internet than any person in global history. If possible, I would like to be on your podcast. And you know, I've got some people who have warmed up to it. I think one I might be on perhaps tonight from Australia. But like, I just think if I do even one podcast a week for the next year, someone's going to hear about what I do and realize it's really important. And, you know, I'll go viral and then all my dreams will come true. How does that sound?
Why not just do your own podcast?
Well,
I guess you can.
my own podcast doesn't have such a varied audience.
I guess. I mean, if you can invite yourself on to other people's podcasts, decent strategy, I guess.
Oh, it's the best strategy you've ever heard. It's better than your strategy of taking your microphone and putting it in your pocket and trying to talk to people.
Okay. Sure.
So that's what I've been doing, and I've been only doing it for like 48 hours, but I've got like 3 leads, so that's good. And aside from
You
that,
like reverse ambush podcasting.
yeah, exactly, 100%. That's an excellent observation, Riser. 100%, yeah. And I I know I won't win them all. I know that my profile is a little off-putting. People don't expect to be like, "Hey, I stream my life," yada yada yada. But that's cool. I'm sure somebody out there will find what I'm doing to be interesting, and if and when they do, I'll be on their podcast, and then I just got to keep doing that, and just so long as I don't get my account banned, hopefully it doesn't happen. And I don't spam. I just like normally just post under people's different discussions. Um, I just keep that up, and it already has been surprising to me that I've been able to get into some really great conversations with people already, and it's really just about um, the scheduling. So, like one guy, he's in Australia. He doesn't do Discord, and I understand. Not everybody does everything. So we're like, but he's never taken an X call. So like, we're just like working out. He's got to have me as a. He's got to like allow incoming messages, that kind of stuff. Another person uh, is
Is this guy in Australia affiliated with
no, no. But I did tell him.
Circle for a Comedy Genius?
I did use that. Believe it or not. Pardon me. So when he's like, "All right, well, tell me about yourself," because I looked into his podcast and it's like very Australian citizens' rights podcast, and I don't really know that much about that. But I read through the website and it was like, well, I agree with all of these things generally. Like it's about just individual rights wherever you are, and I'm an advocate for that. And so I wrote him and I'm like, these are the topics that I like to discuss: life extension, revivification of the dead, um, reverse aging, space elevators, space tourism, that kind of stuff. And
Did I
that,
tell you about something?
did you tell me about something?
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. In the phrase that you just used does not make sense to me in the position where you used it. Go ahead.
Okay. Um, yeah, 2 nights ago I was watching a documentary with my mom, and I'm sorry, I should have streamed it in the Discord.
Yeah, you should
To be
have.
honest, I didn't know if it was going to be good or not. Um, but it turns out it was very good. And Joe Rogan mentioned it. Maybe you've heard of it. He's mentioned it twice, and it's called Searching for Superman. Have you heard of it?
Searching for Superman?
Sugar Man.
No, please enlighten me.
So it's about this guy who's a Detroit music artist, very 70s music with mellow guitar and whatnot. And so he got discovered playing in Detroit by some record label. And he goes on to produce these 2 albums with the record label, but the record, his name is Rodriguez, and the album just totally flops in America. No one cares about it.
Is this the guy from South Africa?
He's not from South Africa,
Or
but he gets famous
yeah.
in South Africa.
Yeah. I'm familiar with this story. Go ahead.
So, yeah, just some person takes a copy of the album to South Africa, plays it for their group of friends, and for whatever reason, because of apartheid in Africa and like the what the song was about of how being like anti-establishment at the time, it was a hit in South Africa, and it actually was a decent part of potentially ending apartheid in South Africa because his music inspired other South African artists to speak up against the establishment and apartheid. And I didn't know this about the South African government, but they were very like North Korean dictatorship controlling the media, and so they banned television and controlled what was on the radio. And one of his most famous songs, they like scratched it out of the record so that it couldn't be played on public like radio. But despite that, it took off and sold 500,000 copies. But because of some, I guess, perhaps music or like the label's corruption, he didn't really receive any royalties. But he later apparently sued them and essentially got a payout for the lost royalties of his music. But the guy, like for 30 years, he just gave up his music career, was working in doing like renovations in for construction, and just totally forgets about his music career. Then, for whatever reason, these people in South Africa were just like, who the fuck is this guy? We have to find him. And so they go on this big manhunt, and they don't really have anything to go off of. And they somehow find his daughter by putting out this like shot in the dark almost of like, does anyone know who the fuck this guy is? And so the guy's daughter reached out and they got in contact with him. And then 30 years go by. He's like Elvis Presley level famous in South Africa. And so they connect with them, and then like people, there's like rumors that he was dead and whatnot from self-immolation or suicide, and so he like kind of rises from the dead and goes on to perform in South Africa. People love the hell of his music. It's just a very cool manhunt story. And the reason I brought it up is because especially you doing these goddamn Australian podcasts, you'll become the next Rodriguez of Australia. Seems super famous and not really knowing about it.
Oh, for sure, no doubt.
It's a dope documentary, though. I would recommend it.
All right, well, thank you for interrupting my speech for that. I really appreciate it. No, I'm just busting your balls. I do want to watch that. I do. I've heard of it. I've heard of this case, and it's fascinating. All right, so yeah, I just figure whatever you want to call it, reverse ambush podcasting is a good strategy. And dog, your mic. Is there any way you can just talk into your phone normally?
I don't know. I can just maybe try putting it in a different pocket.
Oh, so it is in your pocket.
Yeah.
Okay, why do you have your phone in your pocket?
I'm outside checking frisbees.
Okay, well, why don't you hold your phone with one hand and your frisbee with the other?
I put it in my different pocket.
No one. I say this in all honesty. No one would want to have a conversation with you if you talk to them this way.
Well, I'm trying to talk to the pictures, so I've done it before this way in this pocket.
Dog. So why does your phone have to be in a pocket? Why did your phone have to be in a pocket?
Like, go do the things, not put anything on my body.
Doug, why don't you just hold it in your hand?
It's in my pouch right now. You have it every time.
Doug, I can't hear you. All I heard was it's in my pouch. One day you're going to listen to my streams and you're going to be like, oh, how did you put up with that? Yeah, this isn't going to work. Doug, why don't you just hold the phone in your hand?
I'm doing that right now.
Okay, you're holding the phone?
Yeah.
And it's not in a pocket.
But I'll just mute myself like that.
Okay, I mean, that could work. As I previously said, one day you're going to listen to my stream someday and you're going to be like, dude, how did you put up with that? And I'll be like, because I am a very patient. Oh, dude, as patient as you can be. This is ridiculous. Riser, just either hold your phone in your hand like you're on a.
Alright, I'll mute myself if I'm not talking.
Okay, you got to do that because if not, it just sounds like you're literally in a pocket. All right, so I am doing reverse ambush podcasting, whatever you want to consider it. It needs a better name than that, and so we'll have to come up with one. I guess you would call it ambush guesting. That might be a term, and it's kind of the idea that uh, it's quantity versus quality. Over the course of a day, I might send, I don't know, 15 messages to people, and all I need is a couple of them to accept. And then I start doing the podcast circuit, and I know that when people have the opportunity to hear me, it will be really enlightening. Oh, I was talking about the guy in Australia, and you had asked, did Zoot connect me with this person? No, though Zoot's podcast comes out next week, by the way. This guy's totally unrelated, but he asked me, what do I do? And what am I about? And I told him, the technology in which I'm interested and how long I've been streaming. Oh my word, you just unmuted yourself. Dog, it seriously sounds like I'm in a backpack.
Probably the fucking. Yeah, I'll just join back later if I am too much of a use.
Sounds like a plan, big man.
Enjoy your ambush.
Yes.
And reverse ambush podcasting is the perfect name.
No, it's just ambush guesting.
Reverse ambush guesting sucks.
No, it's not reverse. It's not reverse. It's not. Well, that's great. That's not its name. It's just known as ambush guesting. It's just known as ambush guesting.
Yeah, no one's gonna like that.
Everyone's gonna like that name.
Everyone's gonna hate that name.
Everyone loves that name. Miss Aquarius, how are you? Hold on, Riser, stay here for a second. Miss Aquarius, do you hear how loud Riser is? Okay, Miss Aquarius, do you hear how loud Riser is?
Riser, mute yourself. We can't hear you. You got us in your pocket.
That's what I said.
No, it's just the microphone that's picking up the rate.
Okay,
I can
Riser.
try speaker. Do you want me to try speaker?
Yeah,
Maybe
try
that'll be better.
try speaker. Anything's got to be better than that.
Is this better?
A lot better.
Is this better?
A lot better.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
My which one's not under the thing? Okay.
All right, Miss Aquarius, how was your day?
Good, what's good?
How were the new?
Ready for mine if I'm going with Cynthia. I hope I go with.
How
I
are the
missed
new?
it for a few days.
How
For
are
a few weeks.
how are the new people?
Still good. I guess they're getting things together, but they're doing good.
Excellent. Miss Aquarius, did you know that it is 30 days until Stacy's wedding?
Yay! 30 days, 30 days.
Exactly.
We are so excited.
I agree. Riser, whatever you did, it's back to being not good.
He's probably got us on his face. He's probably watching.
I'll join back in a bit.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, Rabbi's ears are he don't like that.
Well, who would?
Right. So he walking. He might need earbuds or something.
I think, I don't know.
Noise cancellation.
I don't know what it is. He can't hear himself, and it sounds like you're in a backpack.
Right. He's not even in his pocket or something.
And he is, but he doesn't realize. Like, it basically makes himself untalkable, impossible to converse, and that makes it difficult. All right, so Miss Aquarius, I'm still trying to get on podcasts, and I got a new person. Maybe I don't know. I mean, I don't necessarily know if any of them will let me on, but it's good that we've got some people who are maybe interested, and so that's a good thing. So I've got maybe two people now who are interested. I had to. I mean, you never know. Like you'll get somebody who's like, "Yeah, let's do it," and then they're gone for a week, and you're like, "What's going on?" They've got their own things that they're dealing with. That's the world of podcasting. It's all about finding two times in your lives where you can schedule a discussion and record it and publish it, and not everybody is always able to do that. So anyway, so you had a good day at work?
Oh, good.
Excellent. And you're done. And now we've got a 3-year-old's birthday party on Saturday.
Yeah, we do.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Rain is about to be 3.
Her name is Rain.
Mm-hmm.
Very cute.
Very cute. Mm-hmm.
Word.
About to be 3. And that's still considered babies, right? Like they're just like little ones.
Right.
Still considered babies, right?
No, I would say
Okay,
now.
like little tots.
Now she's a toddler.
Okay.
And I bet if you asked her, she's not a baby.
Nope.
She'd be the first one to
Mm-hmm.
exactly. She'd be the first one to correct you on that. She walks and she talks and she can feed herself. So it's kind of moving away from a baby.
And also, I got two of them. They play with English.
They play with English.
If you ever see them playing in the, if you ever see them playing in the air, they play with English. Do you believe in that?
What'd you say?
Have you ever seen a little kid or a baby playing? Their hands, some playing with out in the air, up like in the ceiling, something, looking up and playing. Yeah, playing with English.
Oh, okay.
Like they're playing by themselves and they're playing. You see what I'm saying? They're playing like the air.
Yeah.
Something. playing with angels. I heard of that.
Okay, they can't
Other
just
cousins did that before.
they just can't be playing with themselves.
Yeah, but you never heard of it, so never mind. Just research. You don't have no little cousins or nothing, so I can't understand. I understand why friend was saying. Because my little cousin used to do that. My cousin Lauren said she was playing with angels.
Okay.
Like they were in the bed and stuff, and they just been playing with this stuff, playing and smiling and laughing. They've been playing with this stuff, but we don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard that is like having like an invisible friend too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's something that children do, or not invisible friend, imaginary friend.
Right.
Yeah, that's interesting that children do that, and it's
Mm-hmm.
normal behavior, but it's just kind of like they are so
But you want to know what they're doing. I didn't know that. I don't know.
they are so
Yeah, they're
engaged.
just playing.
Yeah, exactly. They have so much energy and they're so engaged that the normal world isn't entertaining enough for them. That they want to invent another person there to be their friend, and I think that's normal behavior. Now, if you had somebody who did that at age 30, then they have an issue. But for children,
That's a problem. Right.
exactly, for children, that's completely normal behavior. And it's interesting. At what point does that not become normal anymore? Like, I don't know, maybe 10, something like that. Like if a kid's starting to become a young person and they're still talking to their imaginary friend, all right, we might have an issue. But if you had a 7-year-old kid who says that they have an imaginary friend, um, you know, that's probably a borderline.
My 7, yeah.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's of immense concern. But certainly a 3, 4, 5-year-old, that's pretty normal.
Mm-hmm.
There's a discussion that 7 is the age of reason, when children start to understand what's right and what's wrong, and they may have the understanding that having imaginary friends isn't normal behavior for older children. But that's for behavioral psychologists to be able to document. But I think that especially young children, um, they that is quite normal. You know, though, when I was a kid, now that I think about this, I didn't have invisible or imaginary. Well, I did have probably imaginary friends. I think that that is a sign of a healthy, creative mind. But then I would imagine bad guys, meaning like I'd be playing with my friends. We'd be playing Army, which is common for children to play, and we didn't have anybody to play against, so we would pretend that there were like Army guys who were, on the other side of a fortification or something like that. But we didn't talk to them. We just kind of pretended like somebody was going to get us. And I think that's pretty normal for children. I'm trying to think at what point that wasn't that was a different kind of imaginary thing. Um, but I don't know, probably about age 10 or so, we stopped doing that. I I don't know, maybe a little bit older, but then you start getting into other things, and you certainly don't want to be talking to those people or whatever. That's not that's questionable.
Right.
But I think that that's a sign of a creative mind. Like basically the world
Well,
in which a person is interacting is not exciting enough for them, and they have to create something else.
yeah. So how was your day?
So far, so good, Miss Aquarius. Had a 2 hour did a 2 hour class this morning. Got all my streams going. I'm working on one of my robots, watching podcasts, communicating with people on Twitter, and um, the person with whom I'm communicating on Twitter, they've got a pretty big following and a pretty big podcast. I almost don't want to do a huge podcast because I know it'd be really good for me, but it's intimidating to some extent. I'd like to start with smaller podcasts. I've done podcasts before, and it's fine. I tend to overwhelm people though, and I get that. It's like I have more content than anybody on earth, and I want to talk about really interesting things about futurism and time travel and teleportation, just really like scientific, fascinating things to me. And so I have to recognize that not everybody is understanding of that. And then a lot of times people want to have really political discussions, and I do my best to stay out of politics. I kind of think that politics in themselves is corrupt, and I don't push religion on anybody. I feel that you should be able to believe whatever you want to believe. So I do my best to avoid religious discussions, um, and I like to focus the discussions on futurism, technology, and how we can unify the world. Those are important topics to me. So when people have that understanding of that's where I like conversations to lead, um, I find that to be beneficial. If somebody says to me, what's your opinion on whatever it may be, some type of legislation?" Again, I don't get political. Generally, I'm for individual freedoms, and I also like to ensure that we take care of those in need. And those are kind of some things that are important to me. But aside from that, I don't want to get into political ideologies, left versus right, because I think they're both corrupt. So long as the people understand, that's kind of where I stand. I and I like to have discussions that I feel are important to people of the future, and life extension technology, reverse aging, mind uploading. That's all really fascinating to me. De-extinction.
I'm finished eating and try to rest myself because my friend Cynthia pissed me out. I'm still going. If we still going to line dancing, fun classes. So.
Is that the plan for tonight?
Yeah, I hope we don't mind that class with her because Hazel doesn't want to go no more. So
Why doesn't Adrian want to go anymore?
Why Adrian doesn't want to go? She said because the lady, I guess one time the lady was telling her how to do her, how you put the one. It was one time because the lady they was practicing for some event and Eddie didn't like the fact she was like, oh, you gotta do your legs like this, you gotta do like this. She don't like stuff like that, so she didn't like it. So then she got kicked out of the WhatsApp, but she didn't really get kicked out. Probably the app probably just kicked out like after that. They didn't kick out, but that's how Aiden is. So I'm like, okay.
Pardon me. Oh wow. Okay, did you say the app kicked her out?
A WhatsApp and ain't kicked her out.
WhatsApp kicked
She's
her?
thinking that they kicked her out. Yes, it's a group chat, the line dance class we're in.
Yeah,
They
yeah.
put us in it.
Okay.
So I guess somebody, like I think the app does that because people were saying that the app did that for somebody, and then they put them back in. So she be like that, girl. She's like that. So
Okay.
ain't nobody kicked you out, girl. I think it's just the app probably just but it is what it is. But she doesn't want to go back. So she said you can still go, but I don't want. I said okay. I'm not to make nobody go. I'm not going to, I won't go there. That's how she says. So she wants to do it for first. She don't want anybody telling her how she's supposed to do it and nothing like that. Hey, the shit told me this when I was in Florida. I think that Saturday. Who was that? So yeah. On that Saturday, she had went to the event or whatever. She said it was just like a bad vibe she had got or something like that. And she said half of them was up on the stage and I seen in this group chat they was talking, some people was talking about it, whatever. So I was like, miscommunication or whatever, something like that. So yeah. Hey, I wouldn't go just to go.
Okie doke. Well, I hope you have fun.
I will. Thank you.
You're welcome. What kind of line dancing is it? Like country and western?
Like just like R&B type stuff. Like, have you ever heard of Boots on the Ground? Something like that.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Right now. I'll be back later, Rabbi.
Yes, ma'am. I'll be here for you, God willing.
I say hello, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Let's do it. Get the Patreon. Let's go. Called You Find Our Kid After Dark. Find a kid. What do you get with this Patreon?
With Patreon, glad you asked. You get 2 extended ad-free episodes, 20 or 30 minutes longer per month.
All shop shows.
All shop shows.
Free fan questions. I just did them. I asked 100 questions.
All this and more, just $5 a month for the extra bonus TFAT kit. Go to patreon.com/TFATK right now. Just tune over the episode. Love you guys.
Can tell me that socialize is popular. You're not even in it no more. Public what is popular? Oh my God.
What'd you say? What about social?
Popular. Socialize.
Yeah, what about it?
It is popular. I ain't never seen this people in here. I don't even know how many people's in here now.
Oh, it's like a top 10. It's like a top 10 Discord in the world.
I know, but everybody in public, I didn't know when you very first was there weren't that many people in here. Now all of a sudden, everybody in here. I know I can't get in there.
I think I'm streaming in one of them.
Where? No, you're not. I don't see you where.
One or two and socialize.
You're not in one. I'm looking at it right now. You
Right.
got kicked out of there. You're not in two. So your thing is out of there.
You're right. Let's see here. Let's see.
And then one, I know one. If you can get a one, I'm like, God, please. You in one?
Oh wow. They changed it.
One.
They had changed the amount of people that you can have in one.
How many people is in one? 25 or what?
No, it seems like it's more.
Don't it?
And you're right, Miss Aquarius. My app like either timed out or something. There are. I'm gonna count them. One.
Yeah, because I think I remember that door.
I've never seen that many people in one call.
I ain't never seen it, but I remember when you first got out, they just using that. It wasn't that many people. Some people be sleeping. Something's not right.
The reason why they have that many people is because they have no cameras on. If you have one of those that has cameras on, then you can only have 25 people.
Yeah, but don't some of these people like Tati been in there been in there 48, 72 hours. Seven Moon been in there 48, 72 hours. Got people that's been in there. Our brown girls been in there. Some people just sleep or they just live in there. I'm trying to figure out why they in there so long though.
There are 44 people in there, or more than that.
No, but why are people like you? I know you used to stay in there all the time. But why do they stay in there all the time? What's the point?
I don't know. I stayed in there so I'd meet people like you.
I know. But they don't talk talkies. I haven't heard talkies. I haven't heard Silver Moon.
I don't talk.
I know. But they not on mute like you do.
That's true.
And I wonder how can I do mine like that? I want to see how to mute myself, but I can't. I don't have a computer, so.
You could still do it with your phone.
Yeah, you can mute it like you do here, but I'm saying, how can you mute it without showing the mute?
How can you mute your device without showing that you're muted?
Yeah.
Are you on your iPad or your?
Because you can't even hear them. No, I'm on my iPhone.
Okay. Do you really want to do it?
No, not really. I was just asking because I haven't seen they theme move or nothing.
Okay.
So I was just asking. Are they on mute or are they away from? They might be away from the computer too. So I don't know. Cause you know you always be on mute on here. So. Oh, you in there? Oh, Rabbi.
You got it.
A lot of people in there. I might charge my iPad and leave my iPad in there while I'm gone.
Okie doke.
That'd be cool, huh? Or I could just leave it in here, huh, Rabbi? It's really better just leave it in here, huh?
Whatever you want to do. I like having you here.
I don't know, I might just keep it in here. Maybe somebody can get me nicer again, but it's okay. I don't feel like spending all that money.
Don't do it.
Yeah, I'm not spending that money on nobody. I want it because I want the name. You see how J Sky got his? I want that.
Yeah, that's not worth the money.
I only want it for the name, the color name. I mean, oh, a lot of people now. Oh, but they probably died out later on. Why?
Oh, I think so.
It'll die that day. It'll die that. I might do an. I want another account, but I don't know what I'm gonna do with that account. I don't know why. Don't ask me why I want it. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Just make it.
I don't think it's me. Well, this one I just want to keep it offline. The other one I can keep it online and offline.
You keep talking about it. Just make it.
Haha! No. No, no need to make them. The time you ever be the biggest to watch consumers. Okay. Surprise guest. Who was the surprise? Listen, news I think. I don't know. Who was the surprise? Oh, and oh, wow. A historic building evacuated. Oh, yeah, the Braves. Oh, yeah, they about to get that playing again.
Opening day.
When? Today?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Hey, J-Rock. What in the world? I didn't know you had a little bump under your eye, J-Rock. Why is that under your eye?
What are you saying?
J-Rock, he was doing a commercial, and I see he had a little bump on his eye. He a rapper, J-Rock?
Yeah, Hood gon' love it.
Huh?
He sings the song Hood gon' love it.
Oh, yeah. So he had like a little, he was doing a commercial, and he had a little bump on it. I didn't know he had a little bump on it. It might be just, your birthday or something. I just noticed it. Yeah, hurry up and hit me up. I can be laying down.
I like the song Hood Gonna Love It. This is my favorite J-Rock song. I like the music video. I like the cars that he has in it. I like the people that he has in it. It's one of my favorite J-Rock songs. It's definitely my favorite J-Rock song. It's one of my favorite songs from that time, the early 2010s. I like his sunglasses in the video.
Alright. It's pretty good. Asking something. So, oh. Oh. My phone. Alright. I'm done. I'm not. Alright, my phone. Oh, this one now. I had to put some more stuff on my leg. No. Wait a minute, I put the wrong one in there. Oh, God. What do you now? I know that top not on that thing. On that chicken, whatever this is. On this in here is chicken broth in the refrigerator. There ain't no top on there, I think. I don't know. Oh, is it? It might be. I don't know. In the refrigerator. All right.
Train by day, Joe Rabbi, podcast by night, all day. So, Dave, you were telling me right before the show that you were now retiring because you got
I got that long with me. I make no damn sense.
dollars on oil prices going down. Congratulations. It was a good bet.
My it shut down still long? Oh, it was okay yesterday. I didn't wait that long. Long wait times at airport 15. This is crazy. Everybody was on the airplane. Not yet. Huh?
Trains like that should be investigated.
I haven't really done on the airplane yet.
I understand.
You don't want to be in them lines.
I know.
Okay, that line is woo. Yeah, they say get there 4 hours early. Okay. Brandon keep coming in. Is that Brandon? He got so many accounts I can't even know. Got this TV out? Going up here. I'm going to get ready to. I'm reading this book. Just kick y'all out, don't it, Rabbi?
What'd you say?
For some reason, this book just dropped y'all out.
It happens.
Mm-hmm. All right, let me take my little. That. Okay. All right. Okay. I got to charge this up first. All right, Rabbi, I'll be right back, okay? Let this phone charge a little bit.
Okay.
can't wait to taste it. It's after a while you're like, I don't know if it could be much worse than what humans are doing with government. It's gonna be better. It's not. Well, as long as it determines that human life is valuable, I feel like it's really so. Let's be honest. Some homeless guys taking shit in your Jaguar. It's not really okay. Yeah, but to AI, we all might be homeless guys. They just said that there was San Francisco tech guys, and they got trapped in the Waymo. There's a homeless guy started attacking the Waymo and yelling at them, "Why are you paying robots?" Yeah, like you're a trader, you're paying robots, you're paying the robots. The homeless guy was upset about this. The homeless guy was attacking the Waymo. The tech guys were in the Waymo. They were terrified for our life. We fear their safety because they're being attacked by a crazy person. So you should be giving money to robots. That's an uncomfortable position to be in. I get all my information from the Tim Dillon show, by the way. But they did play. It's not the worst source. It's the best source. It's the best source. Him and that dude, what's his name? James Lee. Another one, a Waymo, a gal got in, and there's a fucking homeless guy in the trunk. Because apparently the last person, when they left their Waymo, they opened the trunk to get their luggage out, and they never closed it. So the homeless guy hopped into their fucking Waymo, closed it, taught himself he was in the trunk. So she orders a Waymo, she climbs in, there's a homeless guy in the trunk. And Waymo's like, that's unacceptable. Okay. The main claim is that Cantor Fitzgerald, Howard Levin's former firm, now chaired by his son, stood to profit by buying tariff refund rights that only became valuable if Trump's tariffs were overturned. But the firm insists it ultimately did not execute those trades. What critics say happened. Investigators and reporting notably by Wire described Cantor Fitzgerald as exploring a business where it would buy the rights to future tariff refunds from importers for about 20 to 30 cents on the dollar. Internal materials citing those reports suggested Cantor had capacity to trade several $100 million in these refund rights and had already facilitated at least one trade of around $10 million in rights under the IEEPA tariffs. The idea was that, of course, if they struck down the tariffs, the government would have to refund duties, and Cantor or its clients would collect the full refund while the original importers only kept a small upfront payment. So why is this a conflict of interest? So it just said they executed on one, right? And it said that. Yeah. It says internal materials cited in those. Those reports suggest Cantor had capacity to trade and had already facilitated at least one trade of around $10 million in rights. That is small potatoes. That's for those guys. Yeah, these kind of guys. What Cantor and Lending side said, Cantor Fitzgerald has publicly stated that while some salespeople explored lowering tariff refund rates in 2025, the firm never executed any transactions or taken any position on tariff refund claims, calling contrary reports false. Follow-up reporting has echoed that Cantor considered products tied to the Supreme Court tariff ruling, but ultimately backed off, in part because of political optics. Fucking, that's a big around Lending's government job. Latest coverage, there's no public evidence that Cantor actually booked profits from this strategy, so the investigations in Congress are ongoing and focus on whether there was any attempted or potential profiteering. Are you more interested in the ethics conflicts of interest or defensive goals? No, so it seems like we don't really have evidence. Well, it'll be interesting. I mean, if which is probably going to happen. The Democrats take the House and Senate midterm elections this year. I mean, that'll just be the next 2 years of politics. Investigations. Some Democrat lady just took over the seat. Trump's neighborhood, where Mar-a-Lago is. Democrat lady just won. Yeah, yeah. Well, there's gonna be, yeah. I mean, look, in his first term, they impeached him twice for absolute bullshit. So they'll go after him for anything. But I'm feeling now there's probably a lot more for them to investigate for stuff like this, Bitcoin stuff, whatever business deal. I don't have details at the top of my mind, but I do know that they said at one point that Jared Bush would not be involved in this administration at all because there's so much business over there, and it's just like, so they were like, oh no, you won't, but now he totally is. And it went well for like the lead negotiators in this too. So there's a lot of meat on the bone for Democrats to make big political theater out of for the next 2 years. Is there anywhere that's not corrupt? I mean, when you look at this $600 trillion, you look at all this slimy deal that get made in jails. You look at everything, it's like everything's dirty. There's not one part of government like right there. They nailed it. Yeah, well, that is true. Like maybe the post office. That's, I mean, the post office is pretty fucking good. Yeah, compared to all the rest of it. Sure. This letter moved across the whole country for like, what is it, like 30 cents? How much is a stamp? That's true. I mean, I don't know if you include the cost on the back end, like the taxes that pay for the the whole thing is a little more expensive. But relatively speaking, yeah, relatively speaking, you can get, you know, some
Not a bad organization. In terms of government organizations, you ever go
Yes, yes, I do. It was a while
where so many post offices went so crazy on show. They started calling me going postal. Never skipped nowhere.
Yeah, young people, if you're listening to this and you don't know what we're talking about, in our day, we didn't have school shootouts. Okay, we had to do it the old-fashioned way. You had to drive a postman crazy until he went around shooting people. And it happened several times to the point that became a thing. Like these crazy postal workers.
There's a video game called Postal where you run around shooting people. Just like how you close.
Yeah, that would be about time.
Yeah, it was like Pirate Christmas. They were like, weren't they like cartoon-looking characters? Can you see the pull up a video of Postal? They're like South Park looking characters blasting people. So it felt like less box. I would like this is going Postal. No. This goes way better.
This was the 90s.
This is the new Postal. Oh, Jesus. You just run around jacking people. So it was like the first Grand Theft Auto, really. It was real weird, though, right? That post office workers would just kill first people. That's what it looked like. Like that. Okay. This what it looked like. It didn't look like that other thing. It was like, it wasn't a first person thing. It was like you're seeing it from above. It was really killing.
Video games really ran.
No problem.
I loved you had a rant about that years ago about how like the problem is that they're so much fun. They're so accomplishing. The last video game I got into was UFC 3, and I loved that game. I just loved it. And then maybe like 3 years, like I'm pregnant. I got to do this. I just can't look at it. So I was at the Dojo of Comedy, which is a club in New Jersey. Great club.
Have an LA one.
So good.
Sam Triplett.
Okay. Yeah. So I was at the one in New Jersey. That's fantastic. They have UFC 3. I was like, oh, that's the game that I got really into. So I was there for a weekend, and I just, the whole time I was there, just playing this video game. And I was like, it was like a feeling almost like a drug addict who's around their drug of choice. Where I was like, I need to get away from it. Like, I will play this until I kill myself. It's so much fun. It's probably Robbie Waller fighting me, whoever, and just,
And they keep getting better.
yeah, I know. Well, I stopped at that, so I never even like learned how to play it once.
But
But
there's never a UFC game where they have that. The graphics keep getting better. The motion's getting more natural.
yeah,
First person shooter.
who was was it Joe Lozon? I want to say. Okay, 155, got really good job. But what is his thing? Like he was obsessed with video games, and then he went, I gotta just do something else instead of this, and just did jujitsu. Just got like amazing at jujitsu. I swear I think that was his story. I could be remembering this, but I swear I heard him talk about this in an interview once. And then they were just like, I just played video games all day, all night. And then eventually I was like, I gotta do something productive with this. So I just started doing jiu-jitsu instead. I wonder what he's up to these days. He's a fun fighter to watch.
Fun to be like in person too. Him and his brother used to beat the fuck out of each other in the yard. And they're like full on MMA fights, like full power. They used to beat the piss out of each other in the front yard. They ram on each other.
That's just crazy. It's a young man's game.
They had like a bunch of guys hanging around with like fancy perspectives.
So let's play this picnic up. You fight motherfucker. Fight. But all across this country, there are always fighting in the yard, and that was the highest level of yard fighting. That was top 1%. Oh, no, two like legit MMA professionals.
Yeah, two legit MMA professionals with managers.
house with each other all the time. Shut the fuck. We didn't fucking do that. You're supposed to put that shit away. Yeah. That's the next thing. They both ended up being really fun fighters to watch. Oh yeah. Joe was awesome. He had a lot of fights. He was fighting. He fought. I don't know. I mean, he fought like the whole. Like I feel like he started was like DJ era, lightweight, like had us all the champions. Wow. Some of these guys just don't. It's a very hard job. There's a lot of those guys that yeah, sure. This episode is brought to you by TurboTax. April 15th is coming fast. There's been so many tax law changes this year, which means you're going to need an expert who has your back. You're in luck. TurboTax now has in-person locations nationwide. Walk into their tech-enabled stores and meet face-to-face with a TurboTax full-service expert who will get your best outcome. Your expert works to get you every dollar you deserve while updating you as you go about your day. Head to TurboTax.com to find a store near you. I mean, that's a real tough one. Like, there's nothing. Well, I guess, like, professional football, there's a similar aspect to where, like, you're not just, I mean, look, you can go to the hospital for basketball, you can get hurt, get a bad injury, but the NFL or UFC, you kind of, like, you know every time you go into it, like, there's a very reasonable chance you're leaving here on the stretcher to go to the hospital. But particularly with MMA, it's the most unforgiving sport where, like, you're one mistake away from, like, you know, like, LeBron James misses a wide open layup, he runs back on defense and tries to, you know, get a block or something on the next play. But in MMA, you dominate the fight, perfect fight, make one mistake, and it's like, okay, you're unconscious now. Maybe tomorrow. Kamaru's way ahead in the fight to the fifth round. I think it was like 20 seconds to go or something crazy. Plans one. Yeah, and it was the perfect. John Anik makes the perfect call. You know, he says something sad about maybe deciding to quit. And then John Anik says, but that's not the law from which he's cut. Yeah. Most amazing MMA championship. Oh, ever. And just his post-fight speech. Look at me now! Look at me now! And then comes back and wins the rubber match. Yeah, which was like, it's an interesting thing. How much, you know, like, first off, like, getting knocked out cold like that, I mean, like, that does a number to your body. Like, that's not psychological. Well, psychologically, and also, I think, physically. And then also just, like, the confidence that gave you afterwards going into the next fight. Right? It just changes everything. Yeah. Kamaru had a very careful. He's touched most of the big ones to the middle and Jimmy Jones his head in that fight had a narrative. The narrative completely changed from one fight to the next fight. The narrative is now if you fuck up, you will be unconscious. You may get knocked unconscious. He fought much more cautious than the second fight. I remember seeing that with I feel like you could watch that when Dustin Poirier fought Conor McGregor the second time. Like, you know, McGregor had knocked him out years earlier. And you can kind of see, you know, like, you can see Dustin, I'm not saying he's one of the greatest fighters ever, but you can kind of just see, like, he gets in there and starts, like, he takes a couple shots at Conor, he's still there, you know, and then he lands a couple shots, and you can see, like, in that first round, like, his confidence growing, like, you almost got to get that out of your head. It's like, yeah, I got to beat you that back then, but you're a different guy now. Well, with Conor, it's all about whether the initial score. Yeah, the initial score was great. So explosive, so fast, so accurate. And then another part about the second fight was Dustin setting up those calf kicks. He specifically puts both of those guys fighting southpaw. When you both fight southpaw, if you're southpaw like Dustin, a lot of times the calf kick's not really available. Like you have to throw it with a switch, or it doesn't have the same sort of potential, right? It's slightly different potential when you're exchanging the combination. I think he thought it was wide open because Connor's two things going on. One is southpaw. Also, he had just gotten off the Floyd Mayweather fight. He's very boxing, not just for a while, but he really concentrated on striking. His hands were weak. So because of that, he always had a wise the craziest thing about that is the calf kick become a new deal. Until Conor was a superstar. Like was after that. That's how recent it is. It's very strange that was always like a thing that you figured out until so recently, and then just totally changed everything. Like at this point, you rarely, never seen, you pretty rarely see guys kick guys in the thigh on this sport. Well, no, but I mean, like compared to what it used to be, where it used to be like that was what a leg kick was for many years in MMA, and now it's I'd say like the majority of leg kicks are targeting the calf. Like you'll see almost like a thigh kick, almost just to switch it up a little bit. These guys got really good at taking moves. Yeah, you got really good at being conditioned. Also saw Silva won, Weidman won. There's been a few leg breaks from guys just full power. Leg kicking the thigh, and someone just lifts up their knee a little bit and takes it up right where the shin bone meets the kneecap is where they like to catch it. Boy, I've seen way too many. I've seen a bunch of personal because from that, I've seen dozens and dozens of small promotions where a guy throws that kick wrong, really hard, and the guy checks it. This fucking foot just wraps around the leg, and you see it dangling in there. You're like, oh no! I've seen it recognize that thing, like that injury, so recognizable. Like I've seen it so many times now. I see it, I just go, oh, it's gonna wrap around the calf. It's gonna flop. It's gonna fall down. I've seen it several times on internet videos and UFC fights. I've only once seen a guy continue to talk shit about the other guy after on the ground, which is the craziest shit ever, dude. Everyone else I've seen is like crying, right? And Connor's talking about your wife's whatever. Yeah, he asked me to come sit down with him and do a podcast. He's an animal. Yeah, dude, one of a kind. That's for sure. He apparently made a post on his Instagram saying he's back. And if it's true, that would be awesome. The idea is his suspension for whatever he's doing for is up. Yay. What was it? Something, I think he's Douglas Murray wrote that article about here. Mr. Confidence returns. Safe fighting fan. Call your grandma. Andy, we did it. Watch and pay me. Fuck you, pay me. You fat Irish prick. You don't have my money. I put your brain to sleep. What's he talking about? Sees in the casinos after the man loves you all. I got love for you. It's an honor. It's light work. It's easy. For life and eternity, it's McGregor. How many drugs throughout this? I do this fight game easy peasy. The style of my shots off the head go bing. In green dot laser form. Okay. Well, I really hope he isn't absent of that. It'd be fun to see it be a lot of fun. It'd be a lot of fun. Greatest personality the sport's ever known. That's right. There's no one even close. The most dynamic personality in sports ever. And he was, for a time there, just such a big fight. It was incredible what he was doing. Danny Alvarez. Oh, yeah, I was there. Really good scenes. That was one of the best. That might be the best fight I've ever been to live. That whole card was just stacked, and that is the main event. It was just unbelievable. Yeah. Dana said it best. Pressure. eyes, and pressure that makes him wilty. He like shines under that pressure. And he had an amazing ability, even very early in his career, which was like kind of, it was really unique. Like, because even like on his first fight ever, if you watch his first fight in the UFC, against British, I think it was, and he was a relatively unknown at the time. Places going. He already had made so much kind of like street cred for himself, and in the Irish thing, like Irish was really, really into it. But he, from the very first fight, he would always create these moments where it's like, dude, this is going to be the biggest spectacle that you, my opponent, has ever been in their career. Like, I'm going to get you there and shit talk. I'm going to get the fans so excited to do it because he's completely comfortable there. Right. Like, I'm not sure if you're really comfortable there, but and so it was, and even with Aldo, who had been the entire division, he was, when they started the division, they started him as champion. He didn't even win. He came in, they absolved the WBC. So he was the entire featherweight division and just dominated everyone. And he even created such a moment that, like Aldo was like, he was the bully. Yeah, he was incredible. He's still one of the greatest featherweights of all time. But he got his point. He was so furious. Saves and he got his head off. Just like relax. And like he didn't care about any of the shit talking. He was just like, yeah, we're having fun. Let's play. He lost his composure. Yeah, he looked very overwhelmed by the moment. But by the way, everyone from Ireland came to Vegas for that fight. It was the nuttiest thing I've ever seen in my fucking life. The entire Mandalay Bay was overcome with Irish people. I mean, overcome like you couldn't move. There was nothing but Irish people everywhere, and they were singing. They were all singing together in the halls of this gigantic casino, packed. Well, like they're waiting in line for something, and they were just there partying for Conor. I remember, I think it was when I want to say it was look at all these people. Yeah, it was nuts, bro. This is nuts, man. They're all Irish people. Like, you gotta realize nobody had a following like him. Like, this is actually Irish people for the Floyd Mayweather fight. They were still riding or die with him even for that fight. I think it was when he lost to the Seaver, I want to say. No, Boston. So I went with Jay Gomez, a good friend of Blair's, and he went to some Irish bar. Like we just happened to be in Midtown, how the fights are coming on, so they're playing it at this bar, it's just like an Irish pub. And dude, I mean, it wasn't even that big of a bar. They must have, I mean, it was shoulder to shoulder Irish people losing their fucking minds. Like, it was the most fun environment to watch a fight in, because they're just like, with all that singing and chanting, it seemed like everyone had an Irish flag with them. Like, it was this, in a little bar, it was this. Look at that. That's Mandalay Bay. Wow. Look at this. Oh, that's MGM. Well, they were everywhere. They were probably every fucking casino there was. This is crazy. Imagine you're from Northern Ireland. You still remember the troubles? You waited at the hotel, just came to Vegas for a little gambling. You don't follow MMA. You have no fucking idea. What's this all about? Oh, you picked our own fucking weird family vacation. I was going to say that Dr. Torrey's big knock on me when he wrote his op-ed in the New York Post was he goes, Dave goes on Joe Rogan and he talks about foreign policy like he's an expert. But I bet you wouldn't go in there and talk MMA with him and Joe would recognize he's not an expert. And I was like, we do that all the time. We do that all the time. That's us, dude. I was like, almost every time we hang out, we end up talking MMA. And like, it probably is fair that, yeah, there'll be moments where you'll correct me if I get something wrong. But if I get it right, you don't go, you're not an expert. Imagine we don't talk about MMA because you're not an expert. That's so, I don't know, silly. Well, I watch a lot of it. I have some thoughts. Why is it so silly? I love that. I really do. I enjoy talking to him. He's really good. But I'd be very disappointed with I'm very disappointed with that sort of strategy. They shouldn't be talking about these things at all. Even more disappointed with that. I think we would. First of all, I don't think I argue about MMA with anyone. I don't think anyone. If someone has a point about MMA, I never agree. I might say you corrected what I've got things wrong. Yeah, or I might say I just like somebody. Some people think that certain things can happen, and I'm like, I don't see that. I disagree. That happens. Sure. Yeah, but well, also like it's whatever point you're making is either a good point or it's not a good point. If it's like an objective claim, you know what I mean? Right. So like if I say like when Volkanovski fought Lopez, his jab was crucial. Okay, that's either correct or it's incorrect. Like whether I'm an expert or not, I'm not an expert. I'm telling you, geez, you can watch the fight and that would be correct. Yes, right. So you just see, it's like I saw he hit a home run. You're right. You're not an expert. That's crazy. Well, I think it was a weird thing during that show. Was I don't know, there's like weird incentives. Yeah, built into like all of this. Well, incentives is the right word. Because there's a lot of people that are saying things and you go, why are you saying that? Well, also from my perspective, I was a little disappointed with it because I was like, oh, this could be like a really cool thing. And it had been literally, which I don't think I'm saying that betraying confidence. But the only thing that was ever said to me, you called me, you were like, what do you think about doing this? And I think I said yes before you finished. Yes, that's absolutely. Let's do it. And then he told me that he had said, hey, he really doesn't want this to devolve into like a food fight. He wants to make this like a good faith thing. And I was like, oh, awesome. And now I feel like he like Trump Whitcock negotiated me. Like he's because then he came in and the whole thing was about me. He didn't want to talk about the issues at all. He just wanted. And so in a weird way, I was like, well, this sucks because I thought we could have had a really cool thing. But then there was this other part of me that was like, it's really just gonna happen. You know what I mean? Like he kind of just like gave me the win in a thing that was a big show with a lot of people I knew were going to watch it. I mean, obviously every time you play a show, a lot of people are going to watch it, but that was a particularly big one. Yeah. And so I was kind of almost like for the first 45 minutes of it, I was kind of sitting there like, oh, I can't believe he went this route. Well, if you look at it objectively, there weren't a lot of options, right? It's very difficult to argue the side that what they're doing, like we were talking about Gaza, the argument that that's not horrific. If you're a human being and you recognize that there are human beings that are subjected to that government, just like you're subjected to ICE, you're subjected to Homeland Security, you're subjected to the cops. If you're a civilian, you have to listen to these orders. So if you're living in Gaza and you're a child, or you're a woman, and you're not Hamas, okay? And the idea that you're responsible for October 7th, if you're one of the people that cheered in the street, boy, don't you think you kind of have to cheer in the street if everybody else is cheering in the street? If you're fucking terror for your life, and you have to like keep your safety intact, you gotta kind of go along with whatever everybody else is doing. I'm not saying that's good, but when you look at how that place is baffled. I mean, the most recent videos that I've seen were still like a few months old, so I don't know if it's stopped. It stopped bombing. I don't know what's going on. No, they've slowed down a bit. They haven't stopped. There was nothing left. Yeah. And that represents people's homes. That represents schools. That represents hospitals. There's no way you can argue that that's not horrific. So he's stuck. That's right. It's kind of indefensible, and so instead you pivot to argue against this guy rather than against the issue. Well, I think that it's I remember this was the letters from America where this was a declaration of war against America, but Osama bin Laden literally said that civilians are their targets because you guys have elections and you vote for these politicians and they're the ones who conduct these wars that slaughter innocent Muslims. So like just saying, it's the logic of Osama bin Laden to say that civilians are responsible for and in Gaza, like they don't even really have a government. Hamas is not a government. They don't have a regular election. They won election back in 05 or 06 or whatever it was, which Hamas did not even win majorities of. They won on pluralities, you know what I mean? And so the idea that you're holding these people responsible for Hamas just doesn't make any sense. And just on a very basic human level, you just kind of go, and I'm not going to get into the area. I'm not saying all people are evil or all cultures are evil or anything 6-year-old dead body out of the rubble, he has this same exact experience as if your wife was pulling your 6-year-old out of it. Like, that same thing is happening to her. And once you even just admit that, it does just change the calculation. It changes the calculation to be like, okay, look, the onus is on you to demonstrate that this is absolutely necessary. Like, there is no other option than to do it this way. And that makes defending most wars very difficult. Not all of them, but most wars are very difficult to defend if you just run it through that filter of like, is there any other option other than this? Have you exhausted everything else? And then, of course, in the case of Israel and Palestine, oh, you never even tried to just give them their independence. You've never tried to just let them out from this occupation and see if maybe that will improve things. And it is just no crazy world that at one point in time stayed out and said, there's a simple solution. It takes people close to it. Like, why do you get to control that region of Israel? They're kind of a country, but not really, because they're attached to you. Yeah, it's, why don't you guys go buy another country, give it to them, let them have a country, or, yeah, they don't like being attached to the same small patch of dirt as people that have a totally different ideology. Well, that's right, and look, I mean, it's just, but we are. Yes, Canadians do get citizenship in their own country. They get citizenship here too. Boy, that's the last thing ICE is looking for. It's fucking Canadians. Like, oh yeah. Oh no, visa's expired. Don't worry about it. Get on the plane. They probably have a much easier time. Canadians go, all right, guess I gotta go. Well, yeah. Also, they just ditch the accent and pretend they're Americans, and they'll put you by it. Yeah, so they don't say our Belgian wrong. Yeah. They just say, sorry, I lost my license on it. Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Like, okay, buddy, where are you from? I live in Iowa. Okay, sounds right. That does check it out here. Shit, that does check it out. Shit that's going on at the airports. So that, I mean, they're using ICE now at the airports because they have the time to put them in all the airports. It's in the low tens of thousands. It's not that cheap. Right. So, like, there's a lot of airports. Is using ICE in the airports? Are you hiring new ICE guys to take the airport jobs? Like, to just, like, it takes 7 weeks to train them. So they have like a surplus, like an ICE factory where they're churning them out and putting them out there. I heard so. I didn't see any of them. I flew out here the other day, and I didn't see any of them. Then I did see people saying that they were at the airport I flew out from later that day. Up to 150. That's not a lot. Immigration and Customs enforcement officers were deployed at airports across the United States on Monday. So I of course, understanding social media, someone sent me something about training. But it was like, look at the difference between lines at the airport before ICE was there and after ICE was there. And tell me that only 10 million people showed it. Like, what is the real? We were talking about this last night. Like, what's the real number? What is the real number of illegals in the United States? You were saying something about Ann Coulter. Yeah, well, she had, and this was from a while ago. So this was, she had in her book, Audios America. She had this book, her stories. That was one of the big finance companies. They had put a thing where like they put it between like why? Yeah, and this is before Joe Biden. Now, I don't know. Maybe they got those numbers. This is before Biden. So what year was this book? August 2014, 2015. Oh my God, that's 10 years ago. Yeah, a lot of them have come in since then. Well, at least 10 million. So over 4 years. Well, I remember the numbers like during the Biden administration. They like something like last month there were 700,000 border apprehensions. Jeez, how many? We're just looking and see those big caravans coming in and stuff. Look, it's a huge. That still is a huge scam. And as much as I have been really criticizing the Trump administration since last summer, he's done a good job at securing the border. That is the one thing that like kind of got that secured like right away. But it is anything in that should be open. Those people should be able to travel. They should. There's no one's illegal on stolen land. That should be. How many children were trafficked that way? How many children were dragged across the border and sold to psychopaths? Oh yeah. Oh, and it's horrible. I mean, I saw at least 50 million illegals in the country today. See my book, Adios America, with analysis from Pulitzer Prize-winning reporters and numbers crunchers from Bear Stearns. This is 2022. This post. Wow. The book is from before. I want to say 2015, but that's around that. Is crazy. That's crazy. Supposedly, this is the book that got Donald Trump on immigration. At least I've heard Ann Coulter say that before. Maybe that's right. Maybe that's not right. But it's like it's also a particularly it's a profound like act of treachery for a government to do that to its own country. Like to allow that to facilitate that to happen against the will of the domestic population. Like if you were to, I've tried to look this up before. I was trying to do this episode to take the congressional debate last year. And I was trying. You can't even get numbers on what the polling on open borders is because no one even asked the question. Because it's like they ask like, do you think immigration policy should be less restrictive or more restrictive? Because the number of people who support open borders like 81% supports that. It's as unified an issue as anyone could have. That you keeps the border wide open. And so to do that to the American people against the like you drastically change the country in a way that is not easy. It's not easy to just want to do. I mean, as we've seen, right? Donald Trump backed off the mass deportations almost immediately because big business doesn't want it, and then because look like the level of violence that you need to just physically deport 50 million people is going to be something that the American people aren't going to put up with. You see it in Minnesota, and rightfully so. I completely understand that. But you see, like, I saw one thing. I saw that Trump had asked the ICE agents who were going to airports to not wear their masks. And I was like, that's even an option? Why would they be masked in the airport if they're ICE agents? Yeah, well, that's their concern. I understand that. I understand that concern. But at the same time, there is a balancing act there. And a lot of people, like a lot of right-wingers, will say, hey, look, if you came here illegally, that's a crime. You're here illegally, that's the law. And hey, I get that argument. But also, the supreme law of the land is the Constitution of the United States of America. And I've seen a ton of videos where there were masked ICE agents, not even identifying themselves, going up to people, telling them that you have to answer my questions. You don't have an option to walk away, which is like not true at all. My take on it is that you can't accept people that are masked, that don't have any paperwork, that don't have a warrant on the streets in militarized situations, because if they're using it for this, which you agree to, that opens up the door for them to use it because you won't take your vaccine, or because you did this or did that, or whatever the fuck it is. If a different person gets in power, maybe they're going to use it for something you don't support. It's just not something that you're supposed to accept. That's right. Here's something that someone told me that is, this is a very credible source that I can't reveal what the source is, but they told me that there are people in this country, and not just a few, but many, that are affiliated with terrorist organizations, directly affiliated, but they've applied for asylum. Because they've applied for asylum, you can't deport them until they go through the entire process. That is why. So there's people that are known, at least terrorist sympathizers, that are in direct communication with terrorist networks. They've done things with terrorist networks, and they apply for asylum. So you have to go through this long ass process through the legal system, and it's up to a judge whether or not this person, who may or may not be a part of a fucking sleeper cell, gets to stay in America. Suicidal empathy. That's what Gaddis calls it. I think he's right. I think he's got a fair point there with suicidal empathy in terms of the idea of like that we cannot say on some level that it's like, look, we have a desire to preserve our society, and the we want to do what's bad. We don't have to have some feeling of guilt turn our country into something worse than what it otherwise would be. So I think he's got a point there. I think, and look, I'm not a big fan of Gad. He literally just, him and like Sam Harris and a few others, they literally just trash me all the time and refuse to engage on a single thing I've said. So like it'll just be, he calls me Wikipedia Dave on Twitter, and it's a, look, I like the guy. Look, I have a different relationship. Well, that's true. I'm a big critic of Israel. It's a Mossad agent. That is part of the thing is he's a bit of a for Mossad. In the past, yes, yeah. I guess you could say he's not good. Like I used to, I used to work for Newport Creamery. I was at the big one. It's a little bit different. Mossad thing. But I also think that the big component that I think all of those guys are missing is that we also create more issues with our foreign policy. And that's not to say that, like, they always kind of caricature my position on this. Like, I'm not saying Islam is all peaceful, there are no problems in the Islamic world or anything like that. In fact, I don't think any religion is true. It's always been peaceful. But, for guys like, say, like, Sam Harris, these kind of like pretend intellectuals who have spent his entire career talking about how violent and irrational Muslims are, and how you can't even draw a cartoon of Muhammad or Muslims who want to do violent stuff. And like, hey, fair enough, that's bullshit. And we should all say, like, if you want to be over here in the West, our values are free speech, and you cannot kill people for cartoons. But then, like, none of them ever also go, hey, murdering an Ayatollah might be dangerous to Iran. Yeah, like that is not just a political figure to Shia Muslims. That is a so. At the same time, it's like, okay, I'm fine with saying, okay, you don't want to have suicidal empathy. My buddy Keith Knight, works over at the Libertarian Institute. He had, I forget what he said, but he said something like, okay, I don't want to have suicidal empathy. Let's also not have homicidal empathy. And so like maybe it also is like as we're coming into that whole conversation with the whole thing about the kids in Gaza, it's like it's also the fact that if you just view slaughtering Muslim children in the Middle East and North Africa as like just an acceptable political price, that's just collateral damage, and unfortunately that happens when you pursue this policy. They deal with more and more of that. And the combination of both, Joe, like the combination of having both wars, having all these people get it, and continuing the war on terrorism and slaughtering people in these numbers must be the most insane combination. And the idea that you'd be like, we're gonna just make an entire generation of Muslims hate us because so many of them have seen what we've done to their countries, and also we'll welcome all of them in with no checks and can't get rid of them when they come here. That is quite a combination. It's all. Sam Harris had a question. To clarify this, we didn't not talk because it was his own name. It was me. He wanted to do a podcast with me. He wanted to do a COVID, wrap up to go over everything that happened, all the mistakes that was made, and his position, my position. Because that's where we kind of like separated. He was very pro-vaccine. I said I won't do that until you talk to Brett once. You need to talk to Brett. Brett, you disparaged him publicly. I think you said things that weren't correct. You called him a conspiracy theorist, and he said you wouldn't platform him because it's dangerous. I don't believe that's true. I believe the problem is that Sam was incorrect about both the effectiveness and the safety of the COVID vaccines. Brett was correct, and Brett didn't insult Sam. Sam insulted Brett. Brett said things about Sam since, but it was Sam. And I said, look, you got to talk to him first. You can't just talk to me, especially because he's an actual evolutionary biologist. He understands these things. He knows what he's talking about. He said multiple conversations with high-level vaccinologists, all these different people that worked on the mRNA vaccines. Like, he was correct. We all know that now. we know that all the things that he was talking about, whether it's masking doesn't work, social distancing, the lockdowns, all the above, he didn't want to talk to Brett. I said, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you talk to everybody. You have debates with Muslims on stage. That doesn't make any sense. Like, why wouldn't you talk to Brett? I don't think he wanted to talk to Brett because I think he didn't want to talk to Brett because Brett's right. And I think it's indefensible. No, I completely agree. I mean, I had a. By the way, I don't hate Sam. You say all the crazy shit you want. I also said, like, I don't think you should interview Gaddafi. Guess what? I would. If Gaddafi was alive, 100% I would interview Gaddafi. Gaddafi. Do you ever hear Russell Crowe talk about Gaddafi? He did a clip that went viral that was on the show that talked about why they wanted to get rid of Gaddafi. Right. And, like, when they talked about how evil Gaddafi was and how he subjugated his people. You see if you can find that. Russell Crowe on Gaddafi. He wanted to create the United States of Africa. There. He wanted to get him on the gold standard. He wanted to get him off the U.S. dollar. Like, he had some very dangerous ideas. Yeah, he also supported Palestinian resistance. Yeah, that was it. We are taught, for example, to regard Gaddafi in a certain way. But you look into what happened in this country, what was the look into the fact that every person is given a house in the circle. The fact that everybody's education and health is free. You look at if somebody showed particular talent for something that required further education overseas, all of the costs of that were paid for by the government. Now, these are all things put in place by the same country leader that we are told is evil and corrupt. It doesn't quite balance. Well, there's also U.S. government interference. That is one that we definitely look at. He ran afoul of the United States government. We are taught, for example, there was the this is my weekly Zoom call, so we're going to get other people on here, but I thought it would be a good opportunity for you to actually see me in action. So,
pleasure to meet you, Mike.
This will meet you too. All right, so I'm just waiting for somebody wants coming in. Anyway, so let's have a chat while we wait.
Excellent. How's your day going?
It's an early morning here, so I've had my coffee, so I'm good.
Excellent. Very well. I had an opportunity to look at some of the things that you have on your website, and I find them interesting, and I would probably consider myself an advocate for many of them. I see that you are a leader for individual civil rights and essentially ensuring that we don't have overarching authority of the government. Is this correct?
That's correct.
Excellent.
Unfortunately, a lot of people are ruled by fear, and they just buckle on with the government. I'm trying to get them to stop fearing.
I'm in agreement with you on that. And I see some of the other things that you have advocated for, essentially uh, personal, uh, certainly personal rights, more like libertarian ideals. Is that correct?
Almost, yeah.
Excellent. Well,
I don't like to put myself into a box.
I understand that completely. Yes, 100%. I find myself to be an advocate for many of those same beliefs, and the basic adage that we should all be allowed to live the way in which we wish, and I won't do anything that bothers you, and you don't do anything that bothers me, and hopefully we can get along.
That's right. Well, as I keep telling people, there's only two rules in common law: do no harm and take responsibility.
I like it.
Very simple. So that's one of the things that I'm trying to do is to simplify the concepts that we're dealing with so that people can understand them. A lot of people get very confused when you start talking about the law in it. But when you put it in very simple terms of how it applies to them, they start to get it.
I'm in agreement with you there. One other thing, or another thing that I found interesting, um, essentially, you are an advocate for the either leaving or proper administration of the United Nations, the World Health Organization, those types of organizations. Is that correct?
Okay, let me show you something here.
Sure.
Just go over here. Where are we here? Yeah. Now, most people don't know that the Australian government has signed us up to the Charter of the United Nations Act 1945. Now, the problem, and it's registered on the 10th of November 2021 here. Now, the problem is that when you start looking through here, what were you going to say?
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I'm listening.
Oh, when you start looking through here, uh, number 4, Act binds the Crown. Now, this is very important. Most people have missed it. This Act binds the Crown in right of the Commonwealth of each of the states of the Australian Capital Territory and of the Northern Territory. Now, nothing in this Act renders the Crown in any right liable to be prosecuted for an offence. In other words, this sets up the government as the Crown, not the English Crown as we're supposed to have. So we've lost the Crown and lost the Commonwealth of Australia. It no longer exists. And so people don't know this. And this all happened back in 1920 when Australia was one of the signatories to the League of Nations. Basically, what that did was it cut us off from the British Crown and the British Commonwealth and put us under the League of Nations, which then later on became the United Nations. So we are actually ruled by the United Nations. Who elected them? Nobody.
Right. Oh, very weak UN Secretary General. Which what is even their role anyway?
Yeah. So I'm trying to get people to understand this. A lot of people still go on about the Constitution. Until a few weeks ago, so was I, until I learned this. And so I always thought the Constitution was there. It still is, but it's not being used by the government. So even though we have a Constitution, it's out of date. Any amendments made to it don't apply since 1920. Any rules and laws brought in since 1920 are illegal and unconstitutional. So we have a massive problem here in Australia. The one thing that we are doing is we're going after the banks because that's where the source of all their power comes from. Right?
Sure.
And so about 60 years ago, countries around the world were given money out of a series of trusts. One of them is called the Avila Trust from the Philippines. And I believe that trust was funded by the Japanese gold. Remember that instance with the Japanese in the gold?
Yes.
Well, apparently Marcos or somebody found it, and they made a trust, and that money was then delivered to various banks around the world. Our banks were given a lot of money, billions of dollars. Now, for years, 60 years, at 4% interest a year, means that money, compounding interest, means that money now is worth trillions of dollars, and the banks have kept it. So we've served them already a statement of claim showing them what they owe and why. And now, when they've ignored that, we're serving them with a notice to return the money. It's a legal notice. Now, if they don't do that, we're working with one of the judges from the International Criminal Court, and we will be taking these people to the court and charging them with a whole bunch of different crimes. And the effect of that will be that the government will become basically name a terrorist organisation. Then they'll go. That's the plan.
Very interesting. Very interesting. Are you an advocate for Australia to completely separate itself from the British Crown?
We need to become a separate, independent republic, just like the Americas. America is a republic, right?
Yes.
A lot of people say America is constitutional. No, it's not. It's a republic.
Absolutely. It's something that bothers me when I hear the phrase democratic principles or America is a democracy. We're far from it. Democracy is generally one person, one vote. And what we have is arguably a constitutional republic, but it's certainly not a democracy.
That's right. So people need to understand the difference, and it's very hard because they've been brainwashed for so long. I'm finding a lot of people just cannot comprehend communism. They don't understand it. They can't get their head around it. But once they do, boy, do they become strong advocates.
Absolutely. Yes, I. It's about waking people up. Pardon me? Oh, absolutely.
Tell us about what you're doing.
Most certainly. Well, I'm Rabbi Rothschild, and it's a pleasure to be here. If you don't know who I am or anyone out there, I live stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm an advocate for world peace. I've been doing so since the pan.
Sorry, can I interrupt you?
uh,
I've got to turn on my recording.
Oh, absolutely.
Let's start that again. And
Certainly.
by the way, I'd like to introduce you to PK. She's here on the call. She's a New Zealand lady who follows me on these calls. And sometimes she's got some very interesting things to tell us. Anyway, let's get the recording going.
Recording in progress.
So, welcome to the March 26th America's Zoom chat. And on the line here, I've got Rabbi Rothschild. Welcome.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here.
Right, so let's hear what you're all about.
Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother for any of your viewers who may have seen the movie The Truman Show from the 1990s or the television show Big Brother. In the 1990s, the phrase content is king was coined, and I'm making it true today. In my own way, I'm king of the internet. This is perhaps one of the biggest events in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential individual. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'd like to make you, your listeners, their friends, their family, all financially independent if they're not already. I'd like to ensure that they have generational wealth if they don't already, and I'd like them to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of their own. So that's a little introduction about me.
One obvious question. With a name like Rothschild, how does that affect your work?
Well, it's a double edged sword, certainly. People immediately judge me thinking that I'm some type of banker who wants to take everything from them many times. In no way is that what I want to do. I don't want anything from anyone, I don't ask for donations. If anything, I want to give what I earn in the future to the world. I feel that that is an excellent opportunity to be able to provide the less fortunate with clothing, with housing. I'm an advocate for ending world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I'm an advocate for ending world thirst. I'm actually sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. So, for those out there who may want to judge a book by its cover, perhaps you should know that I am someone within my family who wants to be a leader for good in the world.
Yes, I think the banks just lost sight of all of that. I think they probably started out well to work very well for them.
It
Anyway, I'm going to show the. I'm just going to share the screen. This is your video on YouTube. It's there all the time. You're online there 24 hours a day, right?
Absolutely. If you would, could you in the search just type Rabbi Rothschild and filter by live? Because I'm live on about 20 different streams right now.
Okay.
Take your time.
Live like that.
Just Rabbi Rothschild, And then where it says live at the top, where you can categorize, look how many of so at the top you should see filters at the it should be right next to the um okay, on the right I see it. It's right above that blue bar on the right. It says filters, and then there's a live function. It should be I think it's the fourth column and it's the first one, perhaps. Uh, the fourth column. That's the fifth, as I see it. Exactly. Okay. Now look at all these. We've got one live, two live, three live. Keep scrolling down. Four live, five live, six live, seven live. Keep going. So you see there are quite a few live streams that I have going 24/7. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling cam. So, in addition to being the story of my life, where people can watch along virtually, I also keep it interactive. I'm live 24/7 in a Discord call. You can, for anyone out there who'd like to join, the link is discord.me/rabbi. You join that community. We have about 3,000 people, I'm proud to say, who have joined, and you're able to interact with me there whenever you want. People there seek questions and answers from me. We play games in there, we watch documentaries and movies, and then I just have a really great group of people who like to feel the human connection all the time. I have people in there who live with me 24/7. I have people who come in and sleep in there. They like to feel like they're not alone, and I'm essentially creating a community there where people can not just watch my life on YouTube, but interact with me whenever they want on Discord. What's really important about this project is that previously we've never had one individual who has essentially given of themselves and their privacy for the world to be able to study. And I feel this is very important. In the past, I might have been a diarist or someone who wrote in a diary, or a journalist, someone who wrote in a journal. I just use video as my medium to be able to communicate. And I think not just now, but people in the future are going to study my behavior. They're going to study my eating habits, my drinking habits, my breathing habits, my personality, my sleep habits, circadian rhythms. Every aspect of the human body is going to be able to be studied from a long term perspective. We're going to be able to study aging, we're going to be able to study psychology. And I give the world more data to be able to study a human than any person ever has, which is very important. And in addition, I also keep a radio on in the background 24/7, which allows my streams to keep track of world news events, because there is evidence of historical revision that occurs, and I like to ensure that we maintain as much accuracy for history as possible, so that you can literally go back to any one of my streams for the last 4 years, and essentially any moment of any day know not just what was going on in my life, but was what was going on in world history. And I think that's very important. Oh, excellent. That's phenomenal. Thank you for sharing that with me. And in a similar way, I do my best to track all of these events using audio and video as well. So you can literally track what my reaction was when I heard about the war in the Middle East or the war in Ukraine or what I was doing when I found out Queen Elizabeth II had died. And all of the events that have occurred since. And another really interesting thing, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT in November of 2022, but I had already started my stream in 2021. So I have a whole entire year of my life where large language models were foreign to the average individual. And then I was a user of ChatGPT when it launched November 30th, 2022, and all of the ways that large language models have changed society since that date with the advent of Claude and Gemini and Grok and how it's changed people's employment and how it has change communication. So that's a really interesting aspect of my streams as well. That we have basically pre AI and now since post AI and how it's affected society. And I think that's a really interesting aspect as well.
You know what is a very interesting little piece is that doing all sorts of nasty things in response to society. But I'm going to show you something else on my heart. It's called Surething. Surething.io. And once you install this, it will monitor you before you connect up with your apps. So I've connected up my email, and it goes through my email for me, during the day, and it will even answer. So, for instance, this guy was asking me a question, and so it writes the email for me better than I could answer. This
Phenomenal.
is amazing. Yeah, look at that. So I love this program, and now I've been invited to join them as a consultant, which is one call to start off with. And I suspect because I've been in computers since 1965, so
Oh,
that's when I
phenomenal.
joined the Air Force, and I was, Enigma encryption machines from World War II.
Yes.
I was working on those back in 1965, 66. So I was a communications specialist in the RWA of the Royal Australian Air Force. I was in the Vietnam War, sitting in a little hut in the middle of the rice fields up there in northeast Thailand, monitoring the Viet Cong and the Chinese communications, identifying various people in those organizations, recording their interactions, and sending them to ASIO, which is our local version of the CIA, but also going to the CIA to help them direct the war. So that's a very interesting part of the war.
Fascinating. Wow, you were quite the trailblazer in both intelligence and computing.
Yeah. I just liked it. I had no idea. In fact, when I joined the Air Force, I was going to become a mechanical engineer. That's what I wanted. And they tested me. And they said, no, you've got no aptitude for that. You're really going into communications. Okay. And out of 35 people in our original course, only 5 of us graduated. So it was a very tough course. And in that course, I learned things like encryption, radio communications, telegraphic communications, encryption, what else? All sorts of stuff, round edge-around communications. It was a very interesting career. I only stayed 6 years. I couldn't handle the star-type lifestyle. Because when you join the military, you have no life.
Right.
You become a slave, basically. So I got out and managed to travel around Australia a lot. And then in 1978, I left Australia intending to travel overseas to England. And I traveled through Southeast Asia, got as far as Bangkok. Somebody offered me a job. And I thought to myself, well, actually, I went back to my hotel to think about it. And I'm thinking there, in England it's cold. It's terrible. It's worse politically before Maggie Thatcher, so it was a terrible political situation. And here in Thailand, hot weather,
Yeah.
I stayed
There you go. Congratulations. Sure. Who are your favorite bands? Excellent. Wonderful. I've seen the Rolling Stones on this stream at SoFi Stadium. Yeah, in 2021. You're okay. I'm patient. Take your time. Take your time. That's right. Excellent. Ve- Very interesting. Yeah, I was on that website and it was very organized. So if you guys have the opportunity, you should all check it out. That's correct. And it's very organized. I will give that to you, most certainly. Okay, absolutely. Excellent. Very well. Absolutely. And I can email that to you. Is that okay? Excellent. Do you mind if I tell everyone where they can find me? Excellent. The best place you can find me is in my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. If you type that link in, you'll get a link to be able to join my Discord. Additionally, check me out in my Linktree, linktree.com/Rabbi Rothschild. You will find a litany of links there where you can find a link to all my YouTube streams. You can find a link to my blog, which is rabbirothschild.blogspot.com. You can also find all of my social media or much of my social media. I like to say that I have more social media than any person on earth. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts, over 2,000 Twitter accounts, over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and over 10,000 Kick accounts. So basically, if you want to find out anything about me, you can hashtag viral rabbi, VIRALRABBI, and you'll get a lot of my content. And I appreciate the opportunity to be able to meet with you and to be here with your viewers. And I look forward to our future discussions. Mike, thank you. I am on Facebook. Yes. I don't know the address off the top of my head, but I can certainly send it to you in email. Absolutely. Thank you so much, and thank you for the opportunity to be here. Take care.
We've just had the most monster, nasty, heavy storm. So I'm just trying to dry everything out because I'm still in the building stage.
All right, folks. That's one of them. That was cool.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I quite enjoyed our discussion. Below is a proposed series of topics, along with relevant information for each session. Please let me know if these sound. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I quite enjoyed our discussion. Below is a proposed series of topics, along with relevant information for each session. Please let me know if these sound interesting to you and your audience. I am happy to adjust or expand these topics based on your or your audience's interests. Sincerely, Rabbi Rothschild. Mike Holt and Rabbi Rothschild discussion topics. Session 1, Life Extension Technologies. Session 2, Innovations Shaping a Better Planet. Session 3, Earth Mega Projects. Session 4, Humanity Beyond Earth. Session 5, Extraterrestrial Life. Session 1, Life Extension Technologies. Gene therapy for aging, using genetic modifications to slow, stop, or reverse biological aging processes. CRISPR gene editing, a precise technology for editing DNA sequences within living cells. Telomere lengthening therapies, treatments aimed at extending telomeres, chromosome ends, to delay cellular aging. Senolytic drugs, clearing aging cells, drugs that selectively remove senescent, damaged, non-dividing, cells from the body. Stem cell therapy, using stem cells to repair or replace damaged tissues and organs. Regenerative medicine, a field focused on restoring or replacing damaged cells, tissues, or organs. Organ regeneration, growing or repairing organs within the body or in labs. 3D bioprinting organs, printing living tissues or organs layer by layer using biological materials. Lab-grown replacement organs, organs grown in laboratory conditions for transplantation. Blood plasma exchange therapies, replacing a person's plasma to remove harmful substances or rejuvenate biological systems. Young plasma transfusions, transferring plasma from young donors to older individuals to potentially reverse aging effects. Peptide therapies, using short chains of amino acids to influence biological functions like healing or hormone regulation. Human growth hormone, HGH, therapy, supplementing HGH to promote growth, metabolism, and potential anti-aging effects. Testosterone replacement therapy, TRT, restoring testosterone levels in individuals with low hormone production. mTOR inhibitors, longevity drugs, drugs that slow cellular growth pathways linked to aging, example rapamycin. NAD plus boosters, supplements or treatments that increase NAD plus levels to support cellular energy and repair. Sirtuin activating compounds, substances that activate sirtuins, proteins linked to longevity and metabolic regulation. Epigenetic reprogramming, resetting gene expression patterns to a more useful state without altering DNA sequence. Mitochondrial repair therapies, treatments aimed at fixing or improving the function of mitochondria, cell energy producers. Advanced antioxidant therapies, treatments that reduce oxidative stress more effectively than standard antioxidants. Microbiome engineering, modifying gut bacteria to improve health and longevity. Fecal microbiota transplants, transferring gut bacteria from a healthy donor to restore microbiome balance. Personalized nutrition, DNA-based diets, diet plans tailored to an individual's genetic profile. AI-driven health monitoring, using artificial intelligence to track and analyze health data for early intervention. Wearable health tech, continuous tracking, devices like smartwatches that continuously monitor vital signs.
Smart implants for health monitoring. Implanted devices that track internal health metrics.
Just like he's more, again, is war. Значит, шмарок я скажу, вот это, шмарок, вот это что страшно, да, вот I'm a pushki awesome. But what is the thing that is oil is like this? There's one is like this oil. But the same issue you get enough from this oil, you get enough from this oil. You can't drink the oil. But ultimately, you can get enough. The sharp $12 ultimate thing for every other thing, or maybe is like it's like an apple. Which is sugar over, Gano, Gano, relay, motor, relay, motor. Shimon says it's one. And it's like that. That's actually what others say. Ultimately, again, motor, ultimately, again, for exception for Shimon. So it's actually called. So you know, pick up against the shit. Actually, let's finish. Tell me else. Let's finish this. Tell me else. What do you see from here? Tell me else. Sharp or you you see it from here. Then you have shop is like an apple regarding every other man. The light itself, ultimately, again, most people would say that your shop is like an apple for everything else. What is that? Which says, love, then the doctor, let's go up. Let's go up. It doesn't have to be supposed to bring it out of this whole thing like your pushing itself. Got started was trying to figure out, does it get pushing have you date idolatry, the theological definition of idolatry. So now you just got finished saying that in this respect, again, Tosha is you. But every other matter, he's like an apple. Does that mean it's just that as an apple can theologically definition and negate that on his up, so too can it get Tosha. So too can it get Tosha. Which the Gemara says, no, we take the shoes from the Rabbi shoes. No, actually, it's just actually the shots. What is the shots? What's about 16 Samuel? So, Lord, Shabbat Shabbat is on the sentence. Just Erev Hasidus. Get multiple homes that are going to go one to other. You cannot carry from a home into that home. From a home to the partner with that includes, right? Erev essentially means collect food from all the inhabitants of they join together. That joint food makes it the domain of one home. If there is a non-Jewish resident, and Allah is, have to rent his rights. Build his rights, you have to rent his rights. As much as says, Israel, Shara Shabbat, ultimately, again, if you have Israel, which unfortunately again is Israel, so as long as Israel is not right?
Are you happy with how it went? Yeah, that was great. That's super cool. If I were Australian, it'd be just like my like Mike.
He's like an apple, and it's not enough for him to build his rights in the concert of the residents. Rather, you have to rent his rights from Israel. Israel, no single shows from the national shows, right? Israel ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. The only problem actually ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the Gemara is saying what we say. So it wasn't just Palestinian Shachitza. Over and over. It's like how does no resident, for example, yield his right to over and over, you're just three of them. I hereby give over my rights. Give my rights to the or you're choosing that you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for your purposes of Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who participates in the Europe. Many talkers must not even full. It's just in general, like here in potatoes, again, you need the participation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he yield his rights. Or just simply negate his ownership rights. And the function now allows everyone else to utilize the concept. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and by apple, you have to go ahead and
You happy with how that went? Yeah, I love when they go well. It's like a good, it's a good thing.
When we said before that their Rothschild ultimately again is treated like a company for all other things, although the thing is with a year Rothschild, choosing the Chatzar or to make zeros, they must let the state, they must let the rights ultimately again of the year Rothschild as well. Now, whether that year Rothschild actually was the Sarah, the Gertz will say, you'll see it's part of that. Shkach everyone, what about the incredible experience that just still all of you? Wishing everyone will say, great, so smart, so it's able to all of this one of you that came our sponsors for this night share to thank our annual California sponsors. Let's show them rights to dedicating all the Jewish Russians this year. It's exclusive for the sales levels from so The responses from one of about the flows even when tracing an error of your parents, visual tracing, Medina tracing, and Moses wagon, then up Stanley for his wife on the Rafa. Or we can learn sponsors that get the more information of the yard site that Wolf's father's site, this Wolf Shalom, and then his versions of the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Antler, their father Ben Antler, however, part of Mordecai Ben Omer Ravas. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum and every officer of Robert Wilson, Applebaum, Ruffle, Bass, with our Mantar Tomato, and the British House Hot. The families able from almost able from Shannon Hill, Cold Colleagues from the Extraordinary Organization, all about hostages and shot. Part of our soldiers to success in the fall of last Saturday. Because with that velocity in today's down piece is solid down 64. A really incredible down ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sunday, evil number days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 lines up from the bottom. This is the map. Google Abidi Rabbi. So again, what map? Google Abidi Rabbi. Yes, sir. Here are Abidi Rabbi. Here are Abidi sitting with them. University of Asıl the Kabul by Trieste Publication. Friends the Fascinating Construction. Safra Bishra Yai Guinness after that. What is the hubble for if an athlete hires you to smash barrels of Guinness? I'm going to say how we come over to things, right? I'm going to pay you $50 now for do me a favor, smash these barrels of Guinness. Now, what is the hubble here? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept wages from his wealth? Well, says, remember again, yes, today's value is the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be
I'm happy.
items.
I love when I go smoothly and get sessions and upcoming discussions. That's baller.
Destroy items. And pay me for it. Said, am I allowed to keep those proceeds? Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me keep the relatively for us. It's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Now, why do I want the existence of the INS? If America to break on their own, I would use the opportunity to break the land with the pyrosis. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, I think it's the closest way to actually just want it. We are being on Kiva, we don't have the bottom of the Rashi. These ones are relatively much of the same. We should actually want the existence of these barrels. Should I don't have a thing doesn't want to break on their own. Actually, should I remove the dust from us? So can we say that since the Jew actually wants, and this is the thing about this, right? Actually wants the idea necessarily in existence. I don't want it to break on its own. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from the idea set. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh, the Allah, totally did flush it every endpoint. This is the instruction of the INS instruction of Allah itself. This is the sure one else for its existence. But again, ultimately, it's the straddle of Zola is the significance close to ultimately again choosing the fascinating shadow. Hold on now. Nachman says, Ishmar Nachman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell a brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to Zara. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me say at least it's kind of she did her love. Ain't no true all. So let's say again. In Hamburg, plans to kill him. Right? Plans to kill him. We had sessions just 2 days ago. Weekend, let's say, for example, weekend, great companies. That's what I would say. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot its character. Then I am allowed to be irrational about operating başlığı ve anlatmadığımız başlığı akmaya açan. Let's say he hires me and he's silver. Do me a favor. I tried to right now. Okay. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to get me from working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai. Because if you like someone like oh, and we talk about Masa. So the Gemara says, so the pay from your existence of that says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to destroy it yourself. So versus Savua, second one from 2064. Savua, Amar, Zibidi, Amar, and the kind of Kilayim is very interesting. People hold it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant Kilayim, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of Kilayim, but you can't even do anything that sustains it. So, for example, Rashi goes out over here that let's say someone's planting Kilayim, right? Apple Kilayim, and then Apple plants this one. Put up a fence around it. Rabbi Akiva said, it's also why the act of putting up a fence by definition is part of the sustaining of Kilayim. The putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to also decide, here we go. Nefesh means found that it's covered in seeds and dirt. Nefesh and the covered in Bible. Again, we give all these right because they are stereotypical. Because they're actively directly participating in driving their world. Rabbi Akiva says, Rabbi Akiva says, example. The fence line is I am as many times I get from right of the such one is what you like. As it says, not to lie on the soul. So they have a provisional plan. If it's right, how do I go around that? How to do something to sustain the actual work itself, even if it's not the fence. Now, one of our goal in life, I suppose it's a little bit of words. So again, because that should be discussed both pillars. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, even if it's not directly about the actual plant itself, just something that sustains it, that's the versus the anything that's no shower. Those are the prohibitional same thing. Or that's right for the Jesus is the same shit. Versus the comedy is big deal. Doesn't be just as a club doesn't this
What up, Tim? I have a question. How is your porch light going? Is it detecting all the motion? It's on all the time? 24/7 you got this light on? I'm asking you, does your motion detector light detect? No, dog. Back in the day, you said, I have to fix a motion detector light. And then you did. And then you didn't do it properly. Was it motion detector? Okay. Is it and all I'm asking is it detecting all of the motion? Does it ever erroneously detect the motion?
Like if the leaf's blowing or something?
Exactly.
I mean, yeah.
Okay. So can you adjust the Can you adjust the sensitivity on it? All right. It's pretty fancy. How's your dog?
Wonderful. She's with my mom right now in the living room and she's eating. She likes to sit there and type the food.
Okay. So you're what, like 10 days away from hearing back from the Sherwin-Williams company? I thought the Sherwin-Williams company had to give you 2 weeks.
They're not hiring yet. They hired fellas, but they're not hiring right now.
Well, that's some shit.
I just checked in another place international.
Doug, what about you? What about UPS? Yeah, but can't you like handle boxes in a warehouse? How about Amazon?
I'll figure it out, man.
No, I get it. That's some shit. It's bullshit. All right. So what's your dog's name?
I don't even remember my dog's name.
No, I don't. Are you fucking serious? Get out of here.
She was on the show, and she gets unconfirmed information first, and they knock it off, and then she gets confirmed that he's dead. And she goes, "We came, we saw, he died." She was so excited about that. She was that led to India, and it was for a while. It still is. It still is this whole time. It's been a disaster. This episode is brought to you by Visible. Folks, there's one thing nobody wants this season, and that's getting catfished. And it's not just dating profiles that are putting you at risk, it's also big wireless carriers. You know the type, looks great at first, promises a low price, but once you're locked in, surprise fees and an expensive bill that isn't what you were expecting. You're a knight in shining armor? Visible Wireless. It's one-line wireless with unlimited data and hotspot for just $25 a month, taxes and fees included. Now that's a green flag. The best part, Visible is all digital, so you can switch as fast as you can swipe. Don't fall for the trap of getting catfished by wireless. Visit visible.com to learn more and start loving your wireless carrier. Terms apply. See visible.com for plan features and network management details. And you know the things that she called that Hillary war. She was the Secretary of State at the time of Barack Obama. She's really the one who championed that. I believe Obama wrote in his book that he was 50-50, and that Hillary really pushed him for that. He said his big regret was that he didn't think about what came next. So now we haven't learned that lesson yet. Like after Iraq, you never thought of that. Thank God Trump's figured it out. Oh, yeah, excellent. Yeah. Trump's figured it out. We'll go in this drastic new direction. We're getting the seventh war that they will be Jesus Christ. Did you see that one? Well, you have nuclear weapons of your own. Rome didn't have drones that hurt you. Yeah, what are you talking about? Boots on the ground, should we fight with swords? Should we get everybody to fight with swords? Is that what you're saying? Fuck yes. Also, what? Boots on the ground. What are you talking about here? You're gonna take an island? You're gonna okay, well then you're gonna be a target. You're gonna be target practice as long as the Iranian regime is still standing. And if you're talking about military occupying the country, like we did in Iraq or Afghanistan or something like that, this is a huge country with 92 million people. Occupy that country. At least half a million, and probably you can't do it with that. So what are you talking about? And so you're saying, are we going to start a draft for the least popular war going into American history? I don't think that's happening. Maybe slightly more popular. Going in, it's less. I'm sure Vietnam by the end was very, very unpopular. Vietnam going in didn't make any sense. I guess it's called the talk. Most people in America were like, why are we doing this? What's going on? You're drafting people that go to Vietnam. We're fighting communism in Vietnam. Yeah. What? Well, they called it Vietnam syndrome. The American people had, which is that we didn't want to fight a war again after that. Because that's from their perspective, that's a syndrome. It's really something. They think by the way, Ben Shapiro used the same article. They said Trump finally broke Iraq war syndrome because they say, see from Ben Shapiro's perspective, the illness is after you lie the American people into a war and slaughter a million people. The illness isn't that. You might look at that as the bad part, but the bad part is that these annoying Americans have this tendency to not want to do that again after that. Trump has a broken Iraq war syndrome. Of course, there's really no evidence with support of the American people that it's changed at all. And, the George H.W. Bush was said to have defeated Vietnam War syndrome in Panama and Iraq because they were easy, bloodless on the American side or very, very limited, injuries and deaths. They weren't like flat wars that went on forever or whatever. But, of course, after the Persian Gulf War in 92, he went on Iraq. Ever since years, essentially, for 30 straight years, well, responsible with that country. Young was public support. Let's put that into our response. What is current public support for that's what I was saying about polls. When was the last time you answered? When was the last time anybody called you up and said, hey, first of all, when was the last time you was calling? And then when you do answer, when was the last time you said yes to a poll? I don't know if you remember ever getting called. It has to be the dumbest of dumb people who answer those polls. So then you gotta realize, out of those stupid fucking idiots, how many of them? I mean, what does it say? Most recent national polls show Americans overall oppose the current war with Iran and think U.S. military action has gone too far. Quinnipiac poll finds 54%. Poll finds 54% of U.S. voters oppose U.S. military action against Iran, and 39% support it. I wonder how many of those 39%. And not too much. We don't have the numbers. The poll reports about 6 right. What did that number? 6 to 10 adults say U.S. military action against Iran is not too far. Only about a quarter say it's about right. 25%. First of all, whatever you're talking about, it's kind of focus. It's like, what are we talking about? Find Republicans largely support military action. 86% support. Yeah, really? Because I talked to a lot of Republicans today, while large majorities of Democrats, around 92%, and independents, about 64%, oppose 48% of Democrats. They work for CNN. They work, whatever. CNN thinks it's a good idea. No, dude, CNN is running cover for Donald Trump. Come on, for real? Oh yeah. No, yeah, they put up a poll the other day. They had a graphic that said 100% of MAGA supports the war in Iran. So it's like after all these years. Oh, but listen, is that running cover or is that making them look bad? Because most Americans don't support the war. Most Democrats, 92%, don't support the war. So if that's the case, wouldn't that just make it look these MAGA people are a fucking problem? I guess. Oh my God, MAGA GOP. Trump. Can I know what he says? What would it be? Oh, that seems bonkers. That seems bonkers. Approve 100%. I'm a huge ass too. Well, there's guys with MAGA hats. If you notice the way they say this, right? So they don't just say GOP, they say it's MAGA. GOP voters. And so what they're doing here is that they're filtering who they consider to be MAGA. And who they consider to be MAGA are people who still say they support Donald Trump. But almost like 100% of the people who don't support this war stop supporting Donald Trump over it. Well, look at this little thing at the bottom. I'll show you. 66%, 31% split among non-MAGA. And what's that non-MAGA Republicans? Is that what you're saying? No, I think that's non-MAGA Americans. I believe the whole MAGA thing is like, how we're so fractured as is. Like this whole idea of right versus left as it is, and now you've got a MAGA section of the right. It's all just ridiculous. But it's a way to describe it as anything other than what it is, which is the most unpopular war in American history going into it. And for good reason. Look, he didn't bother to like sell us on a propaganda campaign about it. He was like the laziest, like just lie us into it. It's just on a fucking let's get a double layer Reynolds wrap, fucking crease the edges, fold it down. Why? He's in the parish. Why would you want? I am not that. So because of that, you're gonna want to ship. He himself doesn't want to buy it. But he has the enough to go ahead. You're trying to get the weapon right there. I get his position. I totally understand how they're so vehemently in defense of their homeland. Like they're surrounded by people that hate them. They're the one Jewish country. Everyone else is Muslim. They don't want a caliphate. They don't want to kill them. It's been going on forever. They think it's in God's word that they have it. It's not a crazy story. I get it. So, when they had that knowledge, why not? What does that make any sense? Well, Trump himself has said, which literally this would be like considered an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory if anyone else had said it, but Donald Trump has openly talked about many times how Adelson's given all this money and they come by every day and all they have is nothing on behalf of Israel. Donald Trump also, very early in his political career, got in trouble with the Israel lobby and then later pivoted to blaming their favorite guy who was the chair of the JCPOA, Iran deal that Obama got us into. And it looks to me, other speculation aside, exactly what control they have over the guy, but it looks to me that after Venezuela, and there were these big street protests and riots against the regime there, they convinced Trump, this is what Joe Kennedy, who's director of counterterrorism, said too, that they essentially convinced him that this would be the time to do it swiftly, surgically, the regime would rise up. And this is what Donald Trump said when he launched this war. He said, this is a regime change. I'm calling on the great people of Iran to rise up. And they did. They rose up. By at least the hundreds of thousands they were out in Tehran in defense of the regime chanting death to America. Because it turns out, when you kill 165 little girls, it doesn't make a country go, we love you. Thank you. Right, but before the bombing, there were people in the streets that were protesting. And people were killed because of law. That's their thing. So that regime, they clamp down, and they do with public figures. They killed a very prominent wrestler from Iran. Yeah. Two of them. They killed one a few years back. UFC tried to step in and somehow stop him. He was also one who was accused of protesting. Listen, I don't know about this most recent one. I'm not saying this is true at all. I don't trust any governments, but they claimed he killed a few cops. That's what the Iranian regime said he was being hung for. Now I don't know the rest of the time. He was convicted of that, whatever that means in a Allah run war, So I'm not saying that's right at all, but I will say this, right? Donald Trump, when he launched this war, there's been a whole lot of just false claims that have been but he said specifically that they killed 32,000 protesters. There has not been a shred of evidence presented to back up this claim. Now, I'm not saying it's not true. I've not put it past this government that they would do that, and they've acknowledged that a lot of people have died. I think the last I had seen was that I know they were saying the government of Atlanta before Ayatollah was killed. They were saying something like 3,000 people had died, and then the CIA will say died. That's unclear. That's not what they are claiming. But then the CIA released a piece in Washington, the Wall Street Journal, where they had said probably going to have to 6,500, something like that. This is a huge question, right? And it's not clear at all. Like, were they lining people up and just executing them for the crime of protesting? They don't know. That's it. The people have been killed. Ran protests that told the top 30,000 according to local health officials. And this is from as many as 30,000 people could have been killed in the streets of Iran on January 8th and 9th alone. Two senior officials in the country's Ministry of Health told Time, indicating a dramatic surge in the death toll. So many people were slaughtered by Iranian security services that Thursday and Friday overwhelmed the state's capacity to dispose of the dead. Stocks of body bags were exhausted, the official said, and 18-wheel semi-trailers were placed in the listen, all I'm saying here is that you've got to be careful. Just see this movie play out a lot of times. You've got to be really careful about these accusations that are made in the run-up to the war. They're basically saying we have a source who told us this. What year is this? What date is this? Yeah. So the protest started in late December and then in January. Time was unable to independently verify this. That's right. The claim being made, right, is that, look at this way, is that in 2 days, 30,000 people were killed. If that is true, that is up there with one of the biggest massacres in the history. The biggest massacres during World War II were like around that. It says, as of Saturday, U.S.-based human rights activists agency had confirmed 5,459 deaths and is investigating 17,000 more. So that's at least close. So we're in the neighborhood, we're in the 20s, just if what they're investigating turns out to be accurate. If that's the case, we're talking also here too about like defunded U.S.-based NGOs who are really around hawks, And I'm just saying, like, look, the claim here is that around, I saw a bunch of the scientists online when this was first coming out back in January. They were like, oh my God, they've already killed half as many people as God in just a couple of days. Right. That's a hell of a claim, right? I mean, like, if you, just from following wars all these years, if you started carbon bombing Tehran, Vietnam style, carbon bombing Tehran after 2 days, that's the type of death toll you'd be looking at. Well, so the thing was, they don't have internet access. Well, they shut down the internet during that period. So there were pictures that came out. All I'm saying is that if you had numbers like that, you would expect there to be some evidence that you could point to. There's like one picture where they point to like a couple dozen body bags. And you're like, see, look at this. But look, maybe it's true, maybe it's not. I'm very skeptical of these claims that are made right before we launch a war. But I think the other point is that at least according to there has been some evidence of this, right? There were police stations that were burned, there were mosques that were attacked. These were not just peaceful protests. I'm not saying they don't have a right to violently rise up and overthrow their government, whatever. But all of the hawks in the West were saying these people are trying to overthrow their government. And in the past, our agencies will tell you they have engaged in various practices. Certain people go. He's on fire. Front page of Accelerate, front page of Jerusalem Post, and the Mossad. So, look, I don't know, but also the thing is this, right? If you are trying to overthrow a government, a government will kill you for doing that. And that's true about every government, including our own. If armed protesters went to try to overthrow Barack Obama's government, he would kill those people. How about if Ashley Babbitt was murdered on January 6th? And every single left-winger in the country went, well, that's okay, it was an insurrection. And by the way, every single right-winger in this country, when this Preddy guy got killed, we're like, well, he was interfering. Oh, I saw it. But by the way, the Preddy thing was the most textbook example of a bad shooter. There's just no defending. They had disarmed the guy. He's down. There's 6 of them. They panicked. They put 6 bullets in. You know what happened? The gun being removed. Yeah. The gun is a safe right? Safe P3 is notorious for accidental discharges. Right. There's a video of the cop removing the gun, walking off. Yes, I saw it, and the gun goes off. Is that his gun for sure? Yeah. Because I thought that hadn't been determined whether or not. I heard people speculate. I've watched the video multiple times. I've watched other people's analysis of it. Obviously, I'm no expert, but I do know something about guns. And that gun in particular demonstrates how our laws is that it will go off. There's a cop inside of a precinct. He bends over, not touching his gun in the holster, and it goes off. There's a video of a guy on a range, and as the gun just goes off, and he goes, whose fucking gun was that? And the range master goes, is that a SIG? And he goes, yeah. He goes, get that fucking gun off of my range. Wow. So SIG, by the way, I should be real clear, SIG makes a bunch of guns that are awesome, like the P365. It's like one of the best carrying guns in the world. There's a lot of guns they make that don't have this issue. That particular gun that Preddy had with one in the chamber, this fucking knuckleheads walks around with one in the chamber, absolutely fits everything. I'm just saying, the only point I'm making is that it's clearly it was a fuck up. I'm not saying like they wanted to execute the guy. I'm just saying like they had the gun taken from them. They didn't communicate that to each other. They freaked out. Like literally all it took was seeing one video 11 days earlier where he kicked the back of the cop car. And for every right winger to go, yeah, whatever. So all my point is about this. Looking at this Iranian it's just not clean. Like, what are you actually accusing about? Are you saying that somebody was trying to overthrow the government and the government voted them down? Are you saying that they lined up protesters and shot them all in the back of the head simply for voicing their opinion? Like, none of this is made clear. But when the war drums are beating, no one cares to answer these questions. It's just like, yeah, they killed their own people. And then if you notice with this war, much like with Venezuela, much like with all of them, they just keep giving you, like, they throw like 15 justifications at it. You know, and you're like, wait, which one is the reason we're fighting this? Because I saw that all of them like to play the humanitarian card. You know, we're doing this, you know, for these oppressed people. We want them to rise up. They've been living under this brutal regime. And you're like, okay, 2 things. Like, number one, that is simply just not how U.S. foreign policy works. We don't fight wars on humanitarian grounds. You know what I mean? Like, we're partners with some of the most brutal authoritarians in the world. And in the case of, like, Israel, we've been funding their destruction of Gaza for the last 2.5 years. So, like, that's not really what's motivating us here. And then number 2, Donald Trump just the other day said, I'll be partners with the new Ayatollah. We'll run the Strait of Hormuz together. So he's backed off. He's backed off of regime changing. Where there's the idea that he's talking to someone talking to. Who's he talking to? Do they know who they're talking to? Because it's not like a meeting. Donald Trump said some guys on the phone. He said, Donald Trump himself said the other day that and he goes, negotiations are going great, and I think we're negotiating. And he goes, we believe in George. And then they said, so is this the new supreme leader? He said, no, it's hard to say. It's some hacker based in Belarus. It's not just media that says he's got them convinced. Well, it's just I have the ability to negotiate. Let's be partners. Wire, 1 billion Bitcoin to this business. Well, everything I'm seeing publicly reported today is that Iran is like, no, we're not in these negotiations. We made our terms clear. Their terms, what they're asking for is something that Donald Trump is not going to be able to do. Their demands were that we stop attacking them immediately, like that part they might get, and pay them restitution for all the damage so far. Essentially that we leave the region. I mean, they had a few other things there that were just like, that's the one of open military this one was really important to us. Change like one or 10 times. It doesn't seem like if he's not really negotiating with this guy, it's like that's not true. He's just like putting this out there in the public as like a negotiation for it. What it comes to is you're dealing with people that don't mind. They believe very religious people. They're fanatical. They believe they're going to go to heaven. They believe they're martyrs. They're fighting for Allah. This is the just and holy war. Well, they've also been attacked. Well, that's right. They've been preparing for this for a long time. And they like there's people make a lot out of the chants that bring the chant back to America. The Ayatollah, whoever the Ayatollah is, whoever the next Ayatollah, and there'll also be a very serious form of regime change. Now, in all fairness, everybody's been killed from regime. There's automatically a regime change. But we're dealing with some people that I find to be very reasonable, very solid. The people within know who they are. They're very respectable. And maybe one of them will be exactly what we're looking for. Look at Venezuela, how well that's working out. This is such a fucking mess. This is such a mess. I mean, this is just too ridiculous. And the thing is that a lot of people, I've spent a long time at this point being against this war. Because this war has been telegraphed since, the Russian administration wanted us to do this shit. And at least for like 15 years, I've been publicly opposing this war. And one of the reasons why so many of us believe this, and should win vindicated, but is that Iran is just not like the other opponents in the Cold War on terms. It's a different beast entirely. And you've seen this already. We never dealt with any of this with any of the other countries. You know what I mean? We had what the Pentagon calls escalation dominance in all of those areas, which is all essentially like it's just like if you do this, we do this, and like we're prepared for everything. It's kind of like escalation dominance is a lot like in jiu-jitsu. You see really high-level guys, and they basically put you in a position where you can make one of two choices either way. And they're like, okay, you can give me your back and I'll choke you, or you can push off and I'll arm bar you, and like whatever options you have, I'm going to get you. I don't have that right now. The Pentagon's been open about this since at least 2007. And the fact is that we've already seen they can target ships straight from us. They can target our assets, our bases, our embassies in the region. They can target our allies. And this is a big problem. And so, like, it seems like Donald Trump got into this thinking he would be like Venezuela. Quick, bloodless, easy, like victory. Now that it's not going that way, it seems like he's kind of scrambling for what the off ramp is here. Now, at least I give Donald Trump as angry as I am with him. Like, at least it is true that he's looking for an off ramp, it seems like. And he did this with the 12 thing, right? Like, he started the war, he saw an off ramp, and he took off. He took it. The problem here really is that this war changed the calculation from the Iranian perspective. And that much is clear so far. After 9/11, all the countries in the Middle East and North Africa, essentially they all waved the white flag. All of them. Right? Saddam Hussein welcomed UN inspectors in, trying to do anything he could to not meet the fate that he ultimately met. Gaddafi denuclearized chemical weapons. Bashar al-Assad got rid of all his chemical weapons. Like, they were all just like, we don't want it with you, you know? And Iran was very much the same way. Right? They got a JCPOA, they have an inspections regime in to come look at their nuclear facilities, all of that. And even up to the 12-day war, when we dropped the bunker buster that Israel bombed a whole bunch of regime targets, they still, in their response, called ahead, made sure there would be no U.S. Troops there. They hit the side of a little base there, and then they kind of went like, they gave Trump an off-ramp because they didn't want it. You know, they didn't want it. They don't want to die like Muammar Gaddafi. They don't want to, have their country destroyed. So for self-preservation reasons, they showed restraint. The calculation this time, clearly already for the Iranians, was that we can't do that yet. We have to give you a bloody nose and a black eye. We have to make this cost as much as possible for you. Otherwise, you guys will just be back here in another 5 months doing it again. And they're probably right about that. And so now we're in this situation where we're already in a quagmire. It's already like over a dozen Americans have died. I think a couple hundred wounded at this point. Israel isn't getting real numbers of what's going on there, but there's pretty substantial damage. Definitely some Israelis have died, and I'm sure thousands of Iranians have died at this point. It's cost. I mean, Pete Hegseth just asked for $200 billion. I don't know if it'll get up to cost that much, but this thing is certainly already in the tens of billions. You can see the military movements and the damage to overseas space and stuff like that. I mean, this thing is already a disaster. And so now it's not like Venezuela. Donald Trump can just stop and declare victory. And they even say, like, look how great it's working. Is Venezuela really working out that great? I don't know. That's going to be also one guy away. The regime is still in place. People haven't been defeated, but whatever he can claim that. This now, the problem here is that, okay, number one, Donald Trump's not really in a situation where if he just quit right now, how is he really going to say, look how wonderful this is? It's like, I don't know, dude, this cost a lot already. And it doesn't seem like there's any clear, like, what did we get out of this? The only way to look for it was there was some sort of some compensation for all the shit. Yes, well, that just brings forward sure inflation. Perhaps that's but look, the thing is that it's not just Donald Trump. There's two other participants in this war, two other entities in this war. There's Iran and there's Israel. Okay, now so Iran gonna accept that? Maybe, but look, just like the 12-day war, look at the position we're in now. We're relying on the mullahs. You know what I mean? Like that is not an ideal situation to be in. The other factor is that there's Israel also gets a say in this for some reason because we allow them to. And Netanyahu just the other day was very clear about this. This is a regime change. And he even said it will require ground forces. And he said he's not sure who those ground forces will be. And so now this happened, if you remember during the 12-day war, when it was the closest Trump ever came to like putting down on Israel, and he said they didn't know what the fuck they're doing. But he said Israel and Iran don't know what the fuck they're doing. Because Donald Trump, so after he drops the bunker busters, he goes, that's it. We're taking the off ramp. And then he said, I want to work out a ceasefire. And then after he said that, Israel just started lighting up regime targets, just bombing the crap out of them. And they weren't bombing nuclear facilities. They were just bombing like government buildings. And they were doing a bunch of that in this war as well, bombing police departments, things like that, just creating chaos. Because what they want is what they've been getting with the rest of the war on terrorism. They are quite happy with a Libya model or a Syria model. They still want to organize this. All about Iran's support for Hezbollah. Is that they want southern Lebanon, which they just attacked the defense minister just announced that they're not. That's crazy. That's what it's about. The occupying. That's what it's about. And look, I mean, it's not. This is like a conspiracy theory. The guys all tell you this in their own words. Benjamin Netanyahu was asked point blank a few months back what he thought of the Greater Israel Project, and he said it's very near and dear to my heart. Like, this is the point of denying the Palestinians a state for all Palestinians. You can't let the Palestinians have a state because then how are you going to take that all over someday? That's all supposed to be part of Israel. And the U.S. ambassador, not the Israeli ambassador, the U.S. ambassador to Israel is on record saying that God promised Iraq to Benjamin Netanyahu, and that God promised Lebanon and Saudi Arabia and the West Bank and parts of Syria and from all of this is greater Israel. That is it. By the way, Sam Harris, where are you out on that? Where are the new atheists when you could finally use them for something? Hey, that's pretty crazy. Is that how we do politics? We work on this ridiculous religious superstition that somehow when God said Israel in Genesis, he was referring to the state that was created that they named after that passage. This would literally be on the level, Joe, is if I named my son Jesus Christ, and then I told you you have to worship my son. Look, it's right there in your Bible. You named it after that, dude. That doesn't count. It's crazy. They took the spot where it was. Yeah, I mean, like, they took it over and they did it in a horrific way. Yeah. Listen to some of those soldiers, the translations of some of those soldiers talking about what they did, even laughing about what they did. Some of them even smiling. 1948. Yes, because it wasn't in 1848. Right. You know what I mean? Like, these guys were alive. Maybe not so many of them now, but like 20, 30 years ago, you could put a video camera in front of one of these guys and ask them to tell their story. Right? And 78 years ago, wasn't that long? Yeah, that's right. That's right. And so, look, I mean, the idea here that America, after just 25 years of catastrophic failures, launching wars of choice, wars of aggression, by the American people, which is slaughtering millions of people, like bankrupting this country, really severely degrading the country with these wars. The idea that we would jump into another war of choice for Israel is just too, like, this is too crazy, and especially with the administration that was ran and promised that we were going to be out of this game of fighting stupid wars in the Middle East. That was what we were all supporting. That was the one thing that he was saying that was so promising, so believable, that world defense. So this guy Rothschild, of course, wants closing the border, which I think is a great idea. Wants no wars, without a doubt. Yeah, well, especially considering the fact that, well, even if there are some things about Donald Trump that maybe you don't like, but the other guys are saying we want to keep fighting forever wars, and this guy is saying we should stop doing that. That's enough to go, well, then he's better than you on that. And don't get me wrong, I endorse Donald Trump in 24. People give me shit for this. I like that stuff. Give me shit for it. But I kind of feel it like this. Like, and I will say, like, this is biased here, but I don't think I'm being biased. I really think you enormous role in kind of like standing up to the progressive Democratic establishment and their narrative over the last decade or so. And it's really hard to kind of overstate how crazy they were, how much of a threat to this country they were. And so for anybody who wants to give shit for Donald Trump, it's like, hey man, the alternative was the party who bragged about first off, insane woke shit, like poisoning the minds of children in a really grotesque and abusive way. They gave us open borders, flooding the country with people. They gave us all types of COVID tyranny based on pseudoscience. They gave us the most reckless foreign policy in American history, which was this proxy war on Russia's border. And they were pretending the president wasn't senile when he clearly was in the fourth quarter from a Catholic retard who was not democratically picked in any process. And so, sorry, like, it does make sense that a lot of people went, okay, we're going to go back with this other guy. Also, there's an interesting dynamic happening in 24 where, okay, this wasn't Donald Trump. They had actually tried to throw him in jail. They tried to murder him. He got immunity from that one. He now had Bob Kennedy with him. He now had Tulsi Gabbard with him. He now had, well, you know what I mean? J.D. Vance. A lot of these people were supposedly much more non-interventionist. There was reason to hope that maybe it wouldn't end up here. But anyway, I guess my view is that you played such a huge This night, two listeners that played for the state, there's a lot of that progressive conservative, and I just feel like after 24, this coalition came together with Donald Trump for the first time ever with the popular vote together, single swing state, really more remarkably, on the evil and the culture. Like Donald Trump went from being like the cultural pariah to being a guy like John Jones is doing the dance and it was just and that whole coalition has been destroyed over this point. And now he's going to have the country fight back over these Democrats who've been fighting so hard, all for what? All for a war that they cannot wanted against the country that I mean, justification of all people is bullshit. They weren't trying to make people rivals. They were trying to stay out of it. Yes, well, that's right. But then, he said some nice things about me. He was on here the other day. We started saying some nice things about him. Constantine. He said, despite all the disagreements, I really like that guy a lot. The only guy I've seen who supported the 12-day war is really skeptical about this. And I've seen so many people, it's unbelievable. They just so like 12-day war comes in. First 48 hours, they're like, Israel's marching on its own. All they want is to stay out of it. Then, like the third day, they're like, all right, it needs some help shooting down missiles that are coming back toward them. But whatever, this is just defensive. You know what I mean? Like, you don't have to get fun. Then it's like the next day, like, all right, we come from bunker busters. Drop the bunker busters. But then their whole, like, defense of the 12-day war is like, look, Americans done. It didn't cost us a lot. It didn't turn into this disaster. And now, we're at the, okay, well, fine, all of that happened, but it's still a good thing. Constantine was the one guy I saw who was like, no, I support that one. I am not getting on board with this one. And I give him a lot of credit for that. I give him a lot of credit for that. I think the best shows. Great with them or not, they're always reasonable. They're never ideological. They have a clear real clear about this. Yeah, that's right. And I've been saying they're great guys. Yeah, genuinely great dudes. I really like, I get in a lot of, like, the shit show, like, arguments. I find myself in my politics there, just not engaged, but I'm not, and I'm petty when I get shit show. Like, where it just becomes like an insult thing, you know, it's kind of embarrassing in hindsight, but like, I don't know, it gets me really angry when the guy's calling me a Holocaust denier or something like that. I think it's crazy. It's kind of silly. I'm obsessed with all of this for whatever reason. It's just like all of my but I'm also stand-up comic at heart. You know, it's like as soon as someone goes like, "Oh, I want to be vicious," you're like, "Oh, well, vicious." It's like I'm pretty good at being vicious, so like I can do that. You're probably not used to hearing this type of vicious shit that like comics say to each other. But one of the things that I really appreciate about Constantine to their show, it was just like it was genuinely good faith conversation. They weren't trying to like win or get a clip and then we destroy Dave. And then once they do that, I'm like, okay, well, I'm not trying to do anything. Let's talk about this shit. That's always what I'd rather do. But the biggest thing that's really interesting about this moment is that because the kind of corporate propaganda apparatus has been destroyed, because the internet and social media and podcasts are where people go now for conversations and debates and news and all this stuff. They're kind of like they're running without a propaganda apparatus. You know, like Israel just Israel in the last 2.5 years is down like 50 points in the polls in terms of American approval. Like it's just been it's a drastic change like I've never seen on any issue. It was the first time I've ever seen in our lifetimes where it's been an issue that weird consequences of relationship. That's right. There's never been a time in the past where we've been completely aware of there's no other reason why we would be going in wrong. Most people don't think 100% listen for Israel asking us to Netanyahu's consistent visits to the White House. Although you can't even attempt otherwise. I mean, people who attempted, yes, well, they tried to, but the Albany news just got a little bit vague regarding football. I saw that they did it. I didn't not get a chance to watch it. Somebody sent it to me, and it was, it's been so good for my mind. Yeah, it's kind of remarkable. So, I got a statement off. Yeah, like they phone. Not going to be able to work at. So when I have to post things, I'm not posting on my other phones. I'm not doing this because I just think eventually, ultimately, it's great. But you do get some debates and some insight into what's going on, and I don't know what Coleman's argument was. Glenn and Coleman were arguing about Israel's influence on this. Well, I'll be very interested to watch that. I do respect Coleman despite disagreeing with him. Very smart guy. Very smart, just no question. And very nice guy. And look, one of the things I really respect about him is when I did the show, he literally starts it by going, because, all these debates I see you in, like, you're kind of debating issues, and then you just debate your character. And it's not I don't know about the issue the whole time. And I just genuinely appreciate that. I've always heard disagree with him. He's a super reasonable guy. I like him a lot. Whether it's agree with him or disagree with him, he's a wonderful person. I agree. This is what I will say about his position on this, which I think is kind of interesting. So, number one, I was on Pierce Morgan right after Venezuela happened, and he was his position. I don't want to everyone to get crazy. He was like, look, a lot of people are comparing Venezuela to Iraq or Syria. Like, that is a different region, a different culture, a different religion. And so really what we should be comparing this to is other interventions in Latin America, South America. And I mean, I didn't completely agree with that. I was like, actually, I think there are some lessons to learn from wars that we've been that might apply here. But I was like, okay, fair enough. Hey, let's look at other interventions in Central and South America. The long list of really disastrous ones, like Guatemala, or Nicaragua, or Cuba, Mexico, a whole bunch. But then, when this war in Iran starts, I don't see him going the equal opposite of that. Going, hey, now that we're at war with Iran, we have to judge this by Iraq and Afghanistan and Libya and Syria. Because, you know what I'm saying? Like, that would be the flip side to the other position. So I don't see that. The other thing is that when he's arguing with me about, because I was arguing that, the Israel lobby and the Israeli government were a huge part of what we fought the war in Iraq. And his big point that he's done to a lot of the hawks stick to this is that Ariel Sharon was actually the sitting prime minister at the time. He was actually against the war. Now, that's not exactly true. He wanted George W. Bush to invade Iran first, not Iraq. And then when he got assurances that Iran would be next, he got on board. And you can go look at Sharon's speech. He gave a speech, I think it was in August 2002 to the Knesset. That's all about how Iraq was the biggest threat and weapons of mass destruction. The Mossad was cranking out all types of BS intelligence about nuclear weapons that gets 8 to 15 minutes or whatever. But if you're going to say that that is evidence that Israel was not pushing us into this because the sitting prime minister at the time didn't like this war, okay. But again, how does the current sitting prime minister of Israel feel about this war in Iran? Because he's fighting it with us. And he said after it started that this is the culmination of his entire life's work. He has been trying to buy our government into this war for my entire lifetime. Coming here, he testified how many times in front of our Congress? Testified with the cartoon at the UN. A bomb cartoon with the percentages of the enriched uranium. And like a Death bomb. Not like a bomb that will blow your ball around the ball in the knees. He was already up real high. He was already up real high. He was on record saying that Iran was 5 years away from getting nuclear weapons. It's just lying with his teeth. And there is something, look, man, there's something really profoundly dishonorable about trying to lie another country into war. Like, not even trying to sell war to your own people and have your own military. Well, because you can. Yeah, they're up to 90%. Excuse me. Okay, yes, you're right. And he knows why. He's like your friend. This guy, used that exact analogy in John Cameron, like had Princeton person, and when they first met each other, it was one time. But I used that exact analogy. I was like, is that real an ally? I was like, no. It's like, you're not a good friend. If your friend's getting you in a bar fight every night, then stop hanging out with that guy. Where he's like, I have a friend, let's just call her Erica, he does this Eric Kirk ad. It doesn't say it's Eric Kirk for neurochemistry. Oh my god, it's so funny. Oh my god, it's so crazy. He's so out of I fucking love him so much. I'm so happy to he lives in the world. He's the best. If you're not listening to his podcast and you want a rational but hilarious take on all the fucking madness that's going on with not just this war, the Epstein files. This episode of the Epstein files, I hardly ever tweet about other people's podcast, but I hardly ever tweet. So I posted it. I'm like, this is one of the best podcasts about anything ever. His ability to like rant is like always a hilarious rant that is laced with excellent points, but it's just hilarious the whole time, and just him going off is second to none. And he's sober. He puts on his magic glasses. It's him and Fuentes are the top two. He burns. But Fuentes is really good. Fuentes says he's funny sometimes different than anybody else. His ability to blend sarcasm and just celebration of chaos. Yeah, he's second to the best ranter that's ever walked the streets. I remember when I first met Tim in New York, like before he moved down to LA. After that, I think he was a great stand-up. He hadn't been doing it that long. I remember just like being on podcasts with him. Like he was just like his ranting like ability. Like he would go off on things where you would just find yourself like you almost have a moment of getting off your shit with him. Yeah. Like I'm just sitting there watching, and I'm like, oh shit, I'm here too. I'm gonna say something. But like he's just listen to this guy. I mean, whatever they're paying him, they should pay him. Yeah, it's not nuts. And no one needs to go. Well, they'll also just make you go back where that production.
Shout out to that fucking energy mint.
Yeah, I was hoping to know. I've known forever. Yeah, well, he's a real good undercover, but every now and then you see him come out. Every now and then you see like I remember this back in the day. He was always kind of snobby. It was always kind of, I forget what it was, but I was like, oh, we can get food from this restaurant. And they got good food. That's good food. seems like a real life movie or whatever. And there was like, I saw it for a second. He used to have money because he had money. He was selling. He had money in finance. They decided to sell prime mortgages. Yeah, he was part of the housing crisis. That's right. And he was doing cocaine back then. He did topple the U.S. economy for a while. He was part of it, but then he got into comedy. He wanted to be up for it. This is where he belongs. Yeah, he belongs in front of that screen with the glasses on. Just go on his head. So fun. And listen, Epstein files tape was fucking cheap. Dude, his thing about Sam Harris having a meditation app and also supporting genocide. Like, what's your take on such a great take on that? It's so fun. Yeah, we're lucky, dude. We're part of a really cool group of people. Right? It's a very unusual time. The mainstream has lost all of its power. It still puts out information, still puts out shows, but they're trying to look like you. They're fun. Jake Cabernet was doing a podcast. It's almost such a perfect repository of like it's almost painful. Like I'm like, guys, just can you hire me? I mean, like, but then I would explain this to you. No, it wouldn't work either. They're so trained. It's like if you get a dog, and that dog has been a cat. It's got a litter box in the house. The cat is so you are always keeping that cat busy. That's what that cat does. If your entire life you've been spitting out nonsense with a teleprompter, now all of a sudden you have to be yourself. You've been functioning in a world of executives and producers where everybody goes over every little thing you say and do. 100% read things you know aren't true, or at least partially true. Oh yeah. Their whole setup is they're all trying to work like podcasters. Oh, wait a minute, they put mics out like podcasters. That's crazy. Imagine they think that's all it takes. Well, this is but Joe, talk about completely missing the point, right? It's just fundamentally missing it. Is that they actually go. So all of these people have left watching cable news in droves. And now a lot of people listen to podcasts. They're listening to you or Theo Vaughn or whoever it might be. And a huge reason, right? Why people, a huge reason why you've been number one for so long now is because however anyone feels about you, you're on that. It's very hard to deny that. You know, one of the biggest questions I get from people who like meet me, in fact, it's like right after show something is what's Joe Rogan? There's a question I get all the time because one of my buddies listens to the show a lot of times, and people are love it. I go, what's Joe Rogan? Like, I always tell them the same thing. I go, you already know. Like you already know. He's that guy. Off stage, he's that guy. You know what I mean? Like that's who he is. And people like that. Whatever you think about Theo Vaughn, he's authentic. That's himself. That's who he is. That's what I want. And because you guys in the corporate media are all professional liars and have lied to the American people about the last 17 crises, they don't trust you anymore. And so then their reaction to that is go, what if we just mention podcasters? No, Tony, that's the whole thing. This is just proving further how inauthentic you are. That you're getting cheers meetings on this. 100% podcasters. 100% they do. This was to me, despite the fact that people say shit about voting for Donald Trump, and they can say I should have known better, or whatever. I was a huge critic of him his first term, I was a huge critic of him his second term. But the best thing about Donald Trump winning in 24, and I did predict this right, I'm not always the best with predictions. I'm pretty good on issues, I think, but I'm not great at predictions. But the best thing about Donald Trump winning was that the corporate media finally admitted it. They had been pretending for so long. I remember we used to joke about, I remember coming on a few years ago, and we would joke about how Ron Stelter would always, whenever he talked about you, he would always kind of go like, the fringe Joe Rogan. Like as if he's the mainstream, and you are the fringe. As if the numbers aren't readily available to all of us. That we can be like, your show has like 200,000 listeners, his has 20. So how is he the fringe, and you're the mainstream? But they would pretend, well, maybe they believed it, but then 24, the election, that's when they all admitted it. And then the talking point moved to find out Joe Rogan. Democrats need to find a jail room. Oh, that whatever. Remember, that was like, so they kind of admitted that both the podcasts have become mainstream and we're the friend. Right, but the dumb part of that statement was you already had me fucking idiots just lost your mind. I'm not right and I'm not left. Yeah, I think both of them suck. And I think the adherence to the ideologies that the left supports or the right supports is how they're fucking, you gotta get out of your fucking mind. Whether it's these crackpot Christian nationalists that think that this whole war is a way to get Jesus to return on a white horse. You see those guys that were talking during the readiness fucking meeting? That, I think that's nuts too. I think the woke shit and all the chaos of the fucking last 4 years of having a completely open border and the justifications for all these things, that's nuts too. I'm not on either place, but I'm on side. So the Democrats aren't ever going to get someone like me because I'm not with either or. I'm with either or. I'm with whoever fucking makes sense and no one makes sense until AI comes along. I think they do a really good job. President complexity is going to run this country fairly imbalanced. I'm willing to try at this point. I'm fucking dead serious, man. As long as it doesn't like do something to harm people. As long as like that's its goal is just to manage society. It's a big if, but then you got to yes, if we can get that. Well, sure, but what you just said, I think is really well. This is something that I'm encouraged by because I think what you just said there, I think you believe that you speak for super majorities of the American people. That's why even if Donald Trump has shattered his coalition by allowing us into the city war on behalf of a foreign country, that coalition is still right for someone else to make it out and run with it. And that's kind of what I'm hoping. I hope Thomas Massey runs for president. I think, by the way, they're doing a big money bomb for Thomas Massey on March 30th. And I think him winning the election in Congress is like the most important political election in the country right now. Because he's done nothing wrong except actually stand up for America first and for all the stuff that Donald Trump and Tulsi Gabbard and all these people ran on. And he's got the Israel lobby, Adelson, years old, have been pouring billions of dollars into his race to try to unseat him for the crime of not going along with the Epstein cover-up and not going along with another stupid war and having someone fiscal insanity. So I hope he wins. I imagine nobody runs for president. Imagine those people. Well, then, okay. Well, if that's like, I don't know, like my position was always like, if you're saying, if not supporting covering up the Epstein files or not supporting a stupid war of choice or war of aggression on behalf of Israel means I'm not MAGA, then okay, I'm not MAGA. I'm not attached to the phrase "Make America Great Again." I don't care. It sucks. Like, first of all, America is great. Make America greater, I'm down. But Make America Great Again and then it becomes a movement of a bunch of fucking dorks. Because a lot of them are dorks. A lot of these really weird, fucking uninteresting, unintelligent people that have got something they cling to. And there's a lot of people that are just real genuine patriots. They're all lumped into this one group and you gotta accept the dorks too. Fuck that. Like the concept of making America great is a great idea. But as soon as you have a fucking team and you allow anybody to join up, you don't even have tryouts for your team. So you've got a bunch of fucking dipshits that are running around spouting out opinions and you have to go along with them because they're MAGA. And then you've got bots online that are probably from fucking Indonesia or Russia or wherever, and they're pretending they're MAGA and they're saying crazy shit. So that's part of MAGA too. Fucked up by becoming a part of a group. Whether it's a Republican group, a Democrat group, a MAGA group, a fucking woke group, whatever it is, you fucked up by being in a group. Yeah, what George Carlin said, people are great as individuals. Yeah, before they get in a group, man, it's the worst thing in the world. And that's why it should be about the issues. It should be about your principles and what you believe. And that's it. You should be like, look, like I've said many nice things about Tulsi Gabbard over the years. I was extremely critical of her over since last summer. And now it's like she's fine us into a war, which is the war that she was always opposed to. The one. But when she saw no war with Iran position, she was policy blind. So, well, that's a big thing. Yeah, absolutely. So last summer, so Tulsi Gabbard had given her the Director of National Intelligence does every year an annual threat assessment. She testified before Congress then. She was very clear in her annual threat that Iran was not attempting to go the other way. They had not yet made the political decision to attempt to go right, let alone like are actually going for it. And she testified before Congress saying the same thing. Then, afterwards, while they were negotiating, Israel attacked them. Then she had some posts where she goes, Iran could be weeks or months away from nuclear weapons. Which like was total bullshit. It made absolutely no sense at all. Listen to those. Sure. This is funny. If you can find it, this is from last June.
Right, but is that a fact? So they're enriching uranium up to 60%, and they just have to enrich it further for building using it is a couple weeks away.
But not before you make that to build a bomb and to make it deliverable. I think all the experts say at least a couple weeks. But the point, aside from that, is that at the time, this is over now, but at the time, Iran was still members of JCPOA. They were still in it. So it's like, what is that? This is the Iran that Obama got into Obama horrible on foreign policy. The butcherer of Libya, Syria, Yemen, surged in Afghanistan. But in Iran, he made a deal with them. And the deal, but it wasn't just with US and Iran, it also involved Russia and France and England. There were other countries involved in it too. And Jason Pizzoli said that
What up, Brendan?
Iran couldn't enrich
Are these all your alts in here, dude?
No,
and they were staying in it. And they
Who's Brandon there?
he's a member of the server.
Okay.
How's your day going?
Dude, he got a lot of accounts in here.
All right, what do you want me to do about it?
No, I was just saying he's got a lot of accounts in here. I wasn't expecting. I thought I was looking for somebody else that was in here. The only other person I see is JC. Are they all cool people?
Absolutely. What's
Oh, yeah,
new?
are you streaming? You streaming right now?
I've been streaming my life 24/7 for more than 4
Yeah,
years.
I didn't know if you were still doing that.
100%.
Hell yeah.
What's good in your neck of the woods?
I've been working, making money in sports betting, winning on sports bets.
Excellent. Opening day, are you a baseball bettor?
No, I'm a basketball bettor.
College or pro?
Pro.
All right. Who's your team?
I don't have a team, I bet player.
All right. Who's the best player to bet?
I bet Austin Reeves, Luka Doncic, Kevin Durant, Devin Booker.
You ever bet Wemby high over under on blocks?
No.
Why not?
I never bet on him before. I just got back into betting like a day ago.
Okay. Very well. Who's going to win the NBA championship this year?
Good question. I have no idea. Maybe the Lakers.
All right. You really think so?
If Luka Doncic keeps putting up as many points in Austin, and they keep playing as good as they do.
Why do you call him Dogovic? It's Doncic, isn't it?
Doncic, yeah.
All right. And what about the Thunder? Do they have a chance?
I don't know who's playing for them. PC Thunder. Is Russell Westbrook still play for them?
Dog. I don't think he's played for them in a while, right?
I don't think so. That's
So
the only person I remember played for.
Dog. How about Kevin Durant?
I remember Kevin. Well, yeah, them two.
How about SGA? He's the MVP.
Are you talking about John Morant?
No, SGA, Shai Gilgeous, whatever, the French guy.
No, I don't know who that is.
Dude, he won the fucking MVP this year or last year.
Oh,
His name is Shai Gilgeous Alexander.
oh yeah.
He even won. He won the NBA Finals MVP too. Oh, he's Canadian. He is a 4-time NBA All-Star, three-time All-NBA first-team member. He was the NBA Most Valuable Player for the 2024-25 season, and he hold on. I thought he was a Finals MVP too. Um, yeah, he was, and NBA champion, and he won the Oklahoma City Thunder their first NBA championship since relocating from Seattle. And you've never put a bet in on him?
Like I said, I just started betting a day ago.
Okay. What about Steph Curry?
No, I don't like to bet on him.
Why is that?
Just haven't yet.
Okay. How'd you find out about me, Brendan?
Huh?
How'd you find out about me?
Aiden's Discord.
Oh, okay. Very well. That thing's been dead recently.
Yeah.
All right, big dog. Well, I'm still doing my thing. I was on a podcast today.
Yeah. How'd that go?
So far, so good. The person who runs it wants me to do a 5-part series, so I sent him a breakdown of what I think each session should be. The first one is life extension. The second is improvement of the Earth. The third are Earth mega projects. The fourth is like terraforming of like the inner solar system and space travel. And the fifth is on extraterrestrials. How's that sound to you, Brendan?
Sounds good.
Excellent, big man. All right, well, I'm going to go back to watching Joe Rogan. Feel free to listen. You know I'm always here.
Podcast you watching?
Joe Rogan,
What one though?
the one that came out today with Dave Smith.
Oh, hell yeah.
Have you seen it?
No.
All right, well, it's a good one. You should check it out, son. Do you ever watch Kill Tony? All right, I'll take that as a yes.
Inspections regime so they were having full inspections. They weren't ready. But Steve also said if America gets out of the deal, they can get rich on top higher. So when America got out of the deal, they started to reject money. Donald Trump toured up his first term. 2017 or 2018, and then they immediately started to reject. No, they went up a little bit, and then I think there were a couple of railway taxes, and then they went up to rejecting 60%. So the reason we knew they were rejecting up to 60% is because they were strong members of the JCPOA inspection regime was going in there and saying they were reaching up to 60%. Right, but how much do you actually know about enriching uranium and what things turn into a bomb? Let's tell us for what POTUS has stated numerous times, Iran's nuclear facilities have been destroyed now. Okay, this is our tweet was before. This is from June. Yeah, this would have been just short before this, but it's our tweet was before. Yeah, this is June 25th. There's a recent one. Edited June 20th. Yeah, but it seems like it was still edited the day it was posted. Can you go to her page? She doesn't tweet a lot. She's not so still one of those. She tweets generally something important or sort of So this about that. Well, this is what she testified about this time. I was referring to a different one, but I also think this is a lot. I mean, for artists, this is like saying the president determines the weather. You're taking her words out of context. She's saying something that's factually correct. As our commander in chief, he is responsible or determine what is and is not an imminent threat. That is true. And whether or not to take action is necessary to protect the safety and security of our troops immediately untouched. That's just an actual fact. Okay, yes, fair enough. But when she testified before Congress, they asked her point blank a bunch of times about this, and then she goes, "That's not my job to determine what's an imminent threat. That's the job of the president." He says it is. Okay, so look at this here. Initially, she's contradicting Trump, saying you're wrong to not rebuild after the 1225 strikes. Contradicting Trump. So this is also been done. So she's saying that. Now, what you're saying that she said earlier was a lie is not a lie, because that is actually his. Well, I wasn't. She agreed that. You did say that was a lie. She said it was a lie. Okay, fair enough. That was not a lie, but it was. But it is. It's actually correct. And if you're in a position like she is, you've got that guy breathing down your neck, forced to make a statement. You've got to tread very carefully on this type of rope that you want. Okay, fine, but let's just say, hypothetically, you know for a fact that Iran did not pose an imminent threat. And if that's your answer, when you're asked if they did, fine. It's not a lie, but it is very misleading, to say the least. How much intelligence gathering declines to say on post she declined to say on her own personal, but this is the congressional. Yes, I think this is what I'm here. And she does at one point say that it's not her job to make that determination. I think it's her it's interesting. Look, maybe I'm being a little harsh by saying, right, for example, and fair enough to your point there, like that technically is a true statement. I do think it's very misleading, and I think that she really was the one who advocated against this specific war for the reasons that we're seeing unfold right now. Yeah, and I do think, I get your point, it's a very tough tightrope to walk. The options on essentially, I think, to what Joe did for somebody or to stay on and support the fact. I think it's kind of hard to limit that issue. Right. Do you think that there is any value in being one of the few reasonable voices? Yeah, ultimately it is his responsibility to determine what's the what's not. I would imagine that she gets access to most of the same classified information as he does. That's the director of the National Intelligence. I don't know her. I don't know how it works. But what can she do other than try to get voice of reason? Ultimately, this guy's going to do it, right? And what he's going to do it also with Israel too, clearly. And he's talking about it. Also, in his first term, another thing is another conversation that we had with Steve Shelton. Because I think it was one of the first times since I've seen a president say, Steve Shelton, by the way, I've been friends with him for 12 or 13 years. Met him and his family in Maui, Egypt. My daughter's really young. We've hung out together on vacation together. He's a sweetheart. And when he was interviewing Trump, Trump said that there is a military-industrial complex that these guys are running for. This is what you're just saying. What you're just saying. It's one of the many reasons why a lot of people like, oh yeah, you would do things like that. Where you would break the protocol. Just saying, let me know. Let me inform you. There's a bunch of people that want to go to war. And they're pushing me all the time to go to war. That's what they want. It was so crazy. Because ultimately, Eisenhower was just the term. He was in his farewell presentation. He was literally like, this is my last stop, and then I'm leaving. Trump was just in the middle of his presidency. He goes, all of them want war. They all want to be at war all the time. If it was up to them, we'd always be at war. And I do, now, look, that was my and essentially, if you remember, like a run, and he's talking about Vladimir. And he goes, he's like, oh, well, you won't see at the time Donald Trump should have run on. He was trying to say, you should have been talking with Russia. By the way, we have all these things to just people. Yeah, he goes, it's a killer. You won't have to be talking with a killer. And he goes, we got a lot of killers too. And then he goes, whoa, what do you mean we got a lot of killers too? And he goes, what was a rat? What was that? We got a lot of killers on our side too. And then Bill O'Reilly was like, a rat was a mistake, but he goes, yeah, we got a lot of killers too. I love that, by the way. I mean, that was That's breaking protocol. Yes. Well, I think this is kind of, I think one of the main reasons why the establishment revolted against Trump the way they did. There's something very scary to the powers that be about a guy who, like, by his very nature, like, I don't even think he's capable of not letting things slip. You know what I mean? Like, he's just, that's who he is. And that's a key thing that people really didn't like about him. Very interesting to me is that so many of the never Trumpers have come to define his presidency. Like, if you go back to 2016, the Warhol kind of Israel firster Republican crowd, the neocons and all them, hated Donald Trump, hated him with a passion. Ben Shapiro was a never Trumper. He said because of his deeply held principles, he would never support Donald Trump. Mark Levin was a never Trumper. All of National Review, all of them. And now they are the biggest Trump supporters ever, as kind of he's blown up the coalition and got him elected. It's kind of interesting that they all, but again, those guys are all still. There's not one thing that they ever say that makes sense. They get in these silly fucking. They just feel like they're gonna make some stupid fucking statement and then refute a couple of people and don't understand the crowd reaction when you've got thousands of people tweeting against you now. Thousands just attacking you, destroying you, posting memes, posting videos. You said this, you said that, you piece of shit. It's amazing. It's crazy. I gotta say, I do love that. There's something that's watched about. Yeah. Well, look, there's problems with it, but there is something about that dynamic now that was just never true in the past, where it's like, look, I'm not saying it's perfect, and obviously there's bots and there's things like that, so it's not like but the people kind of get a voice in a way that they never had before. And there is something kind of cool about that. 100%. I love it. But it's not all the people either. It's a lot of fake people. There's a lot of like state-sponsored actors. Oh, that's true. That's true. There's manipulation. But there was always manipulation in the whole corridor also. Did you see this YouTube bot farm that they just busted? They busted this fucking warehouse had cell phones all rigged up for YouTube views, where people would just hire a company and say, hey, part of the problem is number one, you hired them and they give views. Yeah, that's also, I guess, which advertisement, that's legit fraud. That's like actual fraud. Yeah, 100%. And kind of crazy control, but I don't think it's illegal. That's gotta be. So this is the bot. It's gotta be some type of fraud, though. If you're intentionally doing that, like maybe if you didn't know, right? You could, but listen, Twitter pays people, X pays people to post. So you pay based on engagement, right? That's how you get paid. So you farm out engagement. So like percentage of what we're interacting with is just horseshit. Well, I got so yeah, in the AI generated songs, they play millions of times in an effort to mimic genuine streaming activity of real consumers. Smith pled guilty today to conspiracy to commit wire fraud. First of all, let me stop you right there. Michael Smith generated thousands of fake songs using artificial intelligence. Hey. Stop talking shit about AI music, because it's not fake. Those are real songs. Don't say fake songs. They're real songs, and some of them are fucking bangers. Unfortunately, some of them are really good. So AI is creating jobs in this case. So shifting brand rules, though, you never created in real life. Is the guy that's the 57 ones? Oh, yeah. I've seen quite a few guys. First of all, that guy was really having fun. He's like a fucking ultra marathon runner. What is the flow? Like, how many people can hear and say what you're saying? Like, someone was saying that to me. She was like, I think you couldn't do this. And my argument was that I was like, yeah, you could. They just have to be wicked at it. like Eminem. Like Eminem and his prime, that motherfucker. Yeah, spit in a way where you're like, I can't believe he's still talking. Yeah, it was. I remember there were a couple of things where I was like, he actually did it. I saw him do it live. I'm not like I was there. It's all on YouTube. Like where you're like, oh, he can actually rap like this. I saw him recently. It was fucking. He's still good. He's thin. He looks good. Yeah, he was killing it, man. He was killing it. But the speed in which that he can rap, maybe AI's not bullshit. But, he said himself was like much more casual in his delivery. Yes. And he was much slower. His shifty brand was AI version. That was a real person. It'd be great. So there was a guy, I can't remember his name, but just like the other day, some guy works for Fox News, and he came out and had a whole post about me. And he goes, the dates with the cat is clearly on him, but and I almost, like, when he said that, I was almost kind of like, it's a weird thing, like, I know I've never paid for anything, but, like, I don't know, you know what I mean, like, what someone else might have done or something like that. But I asked him, I typed him, and I go, wait, what evidence do you have of this? And then his post was that he said, because I had 900,000 followers on Twitter, but I'm playing Laugh Boston this weekend. And he goes, that's a pretty high venue. I played that obviously times two. I was like, first of all, he doesn't. I said, you just don't get comedy from people. This is not. And first of all, I'm doing 5 shows there. I'm like, come on out this weekend. Great fun. One of my favorite weekends of last year. It's a great one. But I was like, look, man, I sold out all the shows last year. This year, but that is like I just know the industry is not very well. And I was like, anybody who's saying we could be selling more than this, so like selling out big theaters or selling out a stadium or something like that, all the people who do that have more followers. So like, he's not even right about the ratio of it or whatever. He doesn't understand. But then I kind of like, I grilled him on it a bit more because, listen, I'm kind of like you. Like, we're talking about suicide and back in the beginning, slandering you, but I'm never actually going to do it. But I don't mind saying it. You know what I mean? So I tagged Fox News. I go, shouldn't you have some evidence if you're going to make a claim like I'm clearly not in my foreign influence? Fox News actually said it? The guy works for Fox News. Is he on Fox News? No, he's just on Twitter, but he's like a Fox News contributor or something. Right. He's like a UFC contributor. Like the UFC. Yeah, I guess that's true. So I don't know. Maybe it would just be good. I'm not saying it would God, but I did want him to just, I go, just, if you don't have any evidence for this, like, just track. Well, here's the thing. I would agree that your account is bought because you're a very controversial public figure. So of course they're going to post it. I'm sure my account is bought it too. Right? I'm sure Jamie's account's bought it. 100%, right? I think Jamie like can't bought himself. We're all bought it. And if you look at, we brought up this a million times, but there was an former FBI analyst who analyzed Twitter before the purchase, and it was his take that as much as 80% might be artificial. Now this is back then, this is before Elon purchased it. I think they've taken some steps to try to ensure. One of the things is you can go to the person's page and see what country they're posting from. Yes, I like that. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people that are like pro-America, like, hey, you're in Pakistan. What's going on here? This is kind of kooky. So there's a lot of that going on. I've had before when people go like, oh, Dave, you always say Israel's trying to rise into war. This is America. We decide what war we're going to fight. And you click it, Israel. So sometimes Israel's on it, at least we're getting steps to those listening for us. I've said this before, I'll say it again. History will go back and look at this purchase of Twitter, and it has changed the course of communication in this country for the better. I know a lot of you thought, oh my God, racism is up and all this stuff's up. That's people. That's the internet. That is an accurate representation of people. It's not good, but it's also accurate. And the only way that's going to change is if the other voices are more compelling. At least now they have the opportunity to do it. You have to kind of engage in this, whether, I'm not saying you have to get on Twitter or something like that, but I'm just saying, I would love very much to get to a place where, like, hey, let's all agree that we're not on board with the bigotry stuff. And I mean this, like, whether it's against white men, or whether it's against black men, or whether it's against Jews, or whether it's against Muslims or whatever. I see a whole lot of all of that, and I'd love to have that. I also would I wish there was a way that Muslim and Charles have like a cool conversation. You know what I mean? Not like be like, well, look, I wish Santa Claus and Jesus would come eat for dinner. Well, both would be nice. The latter is more likely, I think, too, at this point. Kind of weird thing. I don't know if you saw this, but Ben Shapiro, he made this video about Pierce Morgan and going to him over having me on the show, and he went this whole thing. And so he says to me, or he said, he insults me a few times or whatever, and then he goes, now I can hear Dave Smith right now, and his response to this is, debate me, bro, which is fair enough. That kind of is always, I only have one tool in my toolkit, let's podcast about this. I don't know, this is what I do, I talk. But it's not what I do. He goes, no, because you're so, he said, I don't think it's intellectually dishonest people or something like that, which I thought was a weird criticism of me. Like, you can say I'm wrong, but I do believe the shit I say. I don't think demonstration. Many, I don't think there's a single one I think that's actually well, that is gaslighting. You are very honest. You're a very honest person. People tell you I try to make it. No, you are. That's one thing I love about you. You're honest about the fuck ups. You're honest about what you're correct about, what bothered you, about things you said, even if it's very honest. So that's a silly sentence. Totally gaslighting. Well, it's also, well, I look at it like this. I don't, it's weird. Honestly, obviously, there's no law that I would say everybody that's a shame. You go to, you can't say I'm the deal when you're no longer 19-year-olds working because about their gender. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if you remember this to me. Actually, it's very interesting. I don't even know if it's on the show with Ben. It was on years ago. This was years before I told him. He was saying, he was talking about Israel. And he went, that's interesting. Which favorite is, critical of Israel. Just generically, not about specific person. And he goes, absolutely, very happy to do that. And the thing about guys like that is that, particularly with Ben Shapiro, for the last 2.5 years, his number one issue, Israel, has been the number one topic of conversation. And in that time, Israel support has been bleeding. I mean, just to a level you couldn't have imagined. You could have imagined 2.5 years from now, this being pro-Palestinian country. That's a and it's become that. And forget me, better people than me. Ben Shapiro debated, he never once had a conversation with a competent critic of Israel. And that, listen, people saw that. People noticed that. And so I kind of in a weird way feel like it's like, hey, dude, I don't care if you do the debate. I wish, I don't think we ever can. I wish there could be a world where we could have a good faith conversation without being a child. But he refused to do it with anyone. Anyway, so while you're smearing everybody who's a critic of Israel, you're not willing to listen, there are some people who don't debate, but he branded himself as the debate guy. Right. If you don't like Dave, sit down with Scott Morgan. Sure. Absolutely. Scott Morgan's way smarter than me, knows way more shit than me anyway, so talk to him about it. I mean, he's a better if you're saying that this is the reason why you won't do it, that sounds crazy. Because wouldn't you want to debate someone who's intellectually dishonest? Because it would be so easy if you exactly. So perfect. It's like dating, it's like sparring a guy who knows fake kung fu. He's just got a depth touch, and you're Dustin Poirier. You're like, oh yeah, bro, raise the gloves up. Let's go. Well, that was kind of my thing with the Dustin Poirier thing, too, where it was like, at a certain point, you're like, dude, you can't just say you're an expert and I'm not an expert. Demonstrate that then. And if that's the case, then it should be easy for you to just chop me up in front of the world right now. Some things you have to correct. Yeah, the history of Israel. Yeah, we just got it wrong. You can see, the tremor in his eyes, oh, shit. They don't want to give up that ground because they're playing a very different game. And the game is not, let's be intellectually honest about what we think is going on, what we think is good and bad about what's going on, versus I'm trying. And one of the ways I try to win is by I can't appeal to authority. You're an expert. You're not this. You're not a professor. You don't get everything there. Yeah, that kind of shit. That is all like hack-ass fake kung fu moves. You know, you're gonna try a Francis Kung. You know what I mean? Yeah, it's like good luck with that. Say shit about that compared to Francis. Yeah, there's no Francis. Certainly not. Bro, this rather fight this Ronda Rousey card. They got Francis fighting Philip Lips. Philip Lips was a light heavyweight in the UFC. The UFC cut him. He's fighting the scariest heavyweight who's ever walked the face of the earth. I mean, next to primetime Alistair Overeem. Primetime Alistair Overeem when he was over, I think he was I think because he was way skillful. He was terrifying when he was on sauce. Yes, but even Francis, like, Francis was this thing that's scary. Francis almost has a thing where it just seems like half like perfect against him. Yep, which Steve Miocic did. The first fight, he took a lot of shots. That's the thing about Steve. Steve can take a shot, and you would see he would like jam him, and he'd still get the takedown. He's all skill, strategy, experience. But the second one, Lacey said it best. It was a Haitian Francis, fucking terrifying thing. My favorite commentary he ever heard in a fight was Lacey said it was just so hilarious. It was so real. It was just bad. It was when Francis Ngannou fought Gallagher, and he grappled a little bit. He was on the ground, and he like took his back or something like that. He asked the other to took his back or something like that. And DC just goes, "Oh my God, he's doing jujitsu now." It was like he was speaking of a robot who just really had a feelings. Goes, "Oh my God, it's learning, it's advancing. This is so terrifying." And a guy that's that much of a destroyer to take back and strangle you and control you from the back and blast you unconsciously. That dude in the PFL in his last fight, he took his back and just blasted him into the netherworld. Yeah, that's scary. He's the scariest guy that's ever fought in the UFC. Seriously, natural pleasing, which is really got there. Because we only got a couple Alistair Overeem fights where he big one in Brock Lesnar. And it does, and of course the other fight on that card that they had was huge. Well, here's my idea is this fight. I'm paying whatever you're charging. I'm going to wherever it is. It is my parents. Great fight, that motherfucker. Yep, that's a great fight. But my point is, they also have Paul Bellis to Spain. Who's on the card. He's a 6'7" Cuban Taekwondo expert. He was a heavyweight knockout artist. Like, why did they have him hold these fights? Junior Santos is he's a Wars to have wars from King Velasquez to by then it was almost criminal against both those fights. Well, they were definitely horrible and terrible to watch. But the point is, Morales is huge. He's a real heavyweight. He's a big giant knockout artist. Like that would have been an interesting fight versus Francis. Big, super tall guy that's hard to hit. Yeah. And if it just is a striking fight, probably Morales got exposed in his last fight on the ground. His ground game's not good. Could have gotten better, but on the feet, that's a little bit more interesting to me. Well, Phil's a skillful fighter. He's used to fighting at light heavyweight. The UFC cuts him. Now all of a sudden he's fighting against Francis. Yeah, that's a little bit of a mismatch. But hey, I mean, it's just I said Phil is like but he's a good fighter. It's not a bad fight. That's good fight. You run up against a guy with a chip on his shoulder that they're paying for $20 million. Real, I don't know. He's the real heavyweight champion of the world. He's really like plotted out. No one beat him for the title. That's a crazy fight. It's like that's how shallow the heavyweight division outside of the UFC. There's just so few fights for Francis. There's so few fights in the UFC. I mean, UFC's heavyweight division is a real
Yes. It's very hard to find gigantic men who are excellent fighters, I guess. There's a lot in Russia. Okay, yeah, there's guys that are fighting in other countries that are really good that are coming up. It's just like, it's hard to get over here. This Josh Hope kid, he's a bad motherfucker. He's like, what that wrestling dude is crazy. He has these crazy speeches after the fight. Some American black men have. He's like, Brittany Griner has a dick. Brittany Griner's a man. I forgot what he said. But he's just nuts. Like, he's also like smart about marketing. So the other guy, he talks about sometimes. He's the like wrestler. Okay. Yeah, he's not in the NFL. He's not in. I have one podcast. He's not in the UFC. Yeah, but when he's in the UFC, he's going to be a fucking problem. Olympic gold medalist, elite wrestler, moves like a cat, 250 pounds, young, super dedicated, and just recently learned striking and is fucking people up with his hands. Yeah, and he's picking it up quite quick. And is a John Jones protege. So he's being mentored by the GOAT and absorbing his mindset. And that guy's healthy. He's investing his time in training. But if you're a young guy with a fucking boost of confidence, the greatest of all time says you're going to be the man, you're going to be the fucking man. You're going to stick with this plan. You're going to put it out the right way. He fought dirty boxing. He fought some small MMA organizations. It's just like building up experience. Yeah, there's nothing.
That's what I number one, never be gay, right? He never had his identity. They can't get enough. So he tells them instead, before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah the sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time on, we shouldn't have severed the name, let's go home and get out of the common time. So that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hand. It's up ultimately it's permitted. I feel ashamed of the people that I can pay, thought I bought them. Maybe that case it's different. Why is that different? Because since the process of conversion, obviously they're not they're negating the theological significance of the idol converting. So an apple giving the thought of it's not what it's up. So maybe that's why the proceeds are not. Elevate the house. Elevate the house. Now the Gemara says, here's the proof. He saw Shai no Shiloh Mohem. Umakar Avodas no Mohem Behemoth. I lent Uncle $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his idol, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yain Nesef, or same case, I went ahead and I lent Uncle $1,000. He sold his Yain Nesef, and then he brought me the proceeds of his sale. What's that? Well, mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. Gemara says, now, however, watch this. Let's say the apple, same case, like the apple $1,000, obviously, case of the corner, and you me to wait here, I'm just going to sell my idol. I have back in the proceeds. So I'm going to sell my Yayines and I'll be back in the proceeds. In that case, it's awesome. See it? Interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent Apple $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his Yayines, and I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Yayinesef. He comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. In fact, you want to my So what's the distinction? I don't understand. What's your distinction? So Rosh says, Seifon Yushum Gahamile Kirotzi. So this so now this is to circle back a little bit to the previous circle. Here's the difference. In the second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence. I don't want the continued existence of the wine. Why? Because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of the hustle. Just one second. He wrote it, as we just said before, that's not the lawyers will say. There's never been a law of, but there's not not really right now. There isn't really like a Frank Mir or what's his name? Minotaur, Navarre. There used to be these like guys who were like kind of known for fighting off their back. You know what I mean? Like most heavyweights don't really like fighting off their back. These guys who are really good at jiu-jitsu. I don't think fighting off your back is a lot harder than Fabricio was doing. Yes, that's a great example. He was the best at it. But there aren't really that many guys like that. A lot of these guys, you take them down, they're in trouble. Yeah. That guy like gets what I take down. Not a fucking thing you can do about it. That is a next level wrestler. I just saw the one of these recent fights where he's finishing a double leg before he realized he knocked the guy out. He says, like, he KOs him with a left hook, and he's so fast that as the guy's collapsing on the way down, he shoots a double, connects, takes it to the ground while he's unconscious. So before the guy has a chance to drop, that's how fast he is. He's already on him, taking him down, and bounds him out while he's already unconscious. Yeah, that was scary. Yeah, that's an American thing. We need some American champions. We're down. Yeah, I mean, are there any American champions right now? Kenzie Durr is the strawweight champion, so she's technically American. Although her dad is a very famous Brazilian legend. Megaton Diaz is her dad. She's a jiu-jitsu champion. But she's American. So she's a champion. Other than that, Sean Strickland's fighting for the title. Kayla Harrison, that's right. Kayla's, so it's only women. Americans. Yeah. Look at that. Boy, we're going to see a lot of those they keep coming over here. You're going to see a little Joshua Band. That's right. That's a caveat though, Joshua Band. No disrespect to Joshua, because he's an awesome fighter. But he won that fight, got a huge match up. That was a freak injury. He fell and dislocated his arm. And Pantoja still hasn't fully recovered. He said his shoulder dislocated and his elbow. Yeah, it looked like it was just his elbow. But they said the doctor said it was his shoulder. So what the thing about the elbow is, the elbow is a less complicated joint, right? And so when the elbow gets dislocated, if someone just pulls on it, it can pop back into place. So like saying that there's